boy, the audio's messed. No, come on, man. I wonder if it's got to be the microphone, right? Or the thingy. Hello. Okay. Are we good? Is it cracky? Is crackly? It's not crackly. Doesn't sound crackly. Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? It sounds crackly to me. How are you doing? Hopefully everybody's doing well, feeling well. It sounds a little crackly to me. Your connection's a little loose. Shove it in hard. I don't know. It sounds crackly to me, but I think I'm just hearing what's not there. I don't know if it's the cable or if it's the mic or it's probably the microphone. It's been a long time. But hi, everybody. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing well, feeling well. K. Sorcerer, Marcos, Dragoon, Mr. Roche, Flash, what's going on? Ronan, Blaze, what's happening, Blaze? Executor, Wakazi, what's going on? I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you're feeling well. I hope you're having a good Thursday. I hope you're ready for the weekend that's on the way. I can hear it crackling. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was that just randomly started doing that, but it's not the mixer. It doesn't feel like the mixer. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how this goes. Sounds fine to me. Greetings. You probably do hate video games. I locked eyes with you. Now we must battle. It doesn't seem like that kind of Pokemon game, but we'll talk about that. I don't know. I was playing it a little bit today, and I don't know. Are you really living if you don't hate something? Says the internet. I've always hated video games. Anyway, I bought some video games today. I'm gonna buy some video games next week. CeraVe. Oh, the CeraVe cleanser stuff. That stuff works, man. It's there. You can go to Walmart and get an off-brand one, but that stuff does work. It makes me feel good. I use it to clean my face, and it feels good. The off-brand one, not CeraVe. So that's like $20 a bottle or something. Just saw a clip that describes the main three Xenoblade games the best. One is the most consistent, two is my favorite, but anime haters will hate it, and three is the best of both worlds. Eventually I'll get two, and then I can get around to playing two. Your connection sounds a little loose. I don't know. I'm actually not feeling well. In addition to some potential soft confirmation of World War III, I might be burnt out in some way. Talking to my psychologist, since some problems have been ongoing for some time. At least you're talking to somebody. Talking to somebody is a big important step that a lot of people don't take. So at least you're talking to somebody about it. And I hope everything is all right. I hope safety wise, I hope everything is all right. Twitch, another acne ad. Twitch trying to tell me something. I retreat to my room as soon as I'm finished eating. Or the weekday for some of us. Tuesday and Wednesday is your weekend. Took the rest of the day off, just trying to find something to play. But I hate video games. I mean, yeah, we'll chat about that for a little bit. I don't know. It's just me being nitpicky and being a little clickbaity on the title there. I don't know. You know what's funny? I made that title right because I have a specific sort of a conversation in mind, but I've been thinking about the channel. I've been thinking about here for weeks now. That has it been slow as far as news, or are there things and I'm just not talking about them? Like, are there things happening and I just don't care enough to talk about them, or has it really been dead? Because I feel like, I don't know, it's like Spawn Wave and stuff, and these other news channels that pop up, they always have something to talk about. And then I come up to the stream and I'm like, yeah, maybe something happened. I don't know. So it's like, are there things happening and I'm just not caring? Or has it really been dead? Gave Borderlands 2 a couple tries. Liked what I played and then went, oh, right, I don't like shooters. Still, but, if you like, maybe you will like a shooter. Maybe it's the first shooter you like. One more thing. I started watching Pretty Cure. Oh, it intrigued me, even though Pretty Cure, that's an anime, right? Isn't that an anime? Ronan with the 3-stream streak. Woo! All right. Dude, Ronan, next is 5 and next is 10. Yes. You'd have a better time in Arceus if you chose Cyndaquil. I chose Rowlet, and I love my Rowlet. And Marco's with a 5-stream streak. What's going on? Love games. I don't like game discourse. Things are always happening, but it isn't really positive. Yeah, and I guess maybe that's the thing, Blaze, is that I try not to talk about the stuff that's just blatantly not positive for no reason whatsoever. But isn't that sad, Blaze? Isn't that sad that if you choose to not talk about the negative things, there's almost nothing to talk about? Isn't that a heartbreaking assessment of geek news? It seems like the only thing there is to talk about is some sort of controversy, which is not entirely true, but it's just majority, it seems like. Hey, video games, more like hate modern games, time to be exclusively retro. Shadow Knight, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong. I did a video some years back about why like retro games aren't that great or aren't as great, or modern gaming sucks. And I think maybe it's kind of boiling down to that, but you know what? In all honesty, the common factor is also me, so I definitely think it has something to do with my gaming tastes. It's been slow. Minor topics that are interesting, but not really worth more than the name describes it at most. And yeah, I mean, there's stuff like, you know, Tango Games bought the Hi-Fi Rush people, or that company bought Tango Games. They bought the Hi-Fi Rush company in the name in the game itself. That's great. I know nothing else about that. You know what I mean? Like, the only other thing I remember somebody said was that company is the one responsible for PUBG. Like, it's an interesting tidbit of news, but there's nothing to go on with that as a story. So it's kind of weird. Like, it's such a strange thing. I have these things where it's like, oh, that I know that happened, but there's nothing really to talk about there. Yeah, Switch 2 rumors. More Switch, right? For the 87th time, talk about Switch 2 rumors, which are not rumors at all. It's just information that got out there, and everybody chooses to interpret it a specific way. There wasn't actually a rumor. There was news about, oh, it's probably it, and that's the thing. When your gaming news has the prefix of it probably, then it's not news. It's all speculation, which I guess is why you're calling it rumor. But then it's not even a rumor here. It's just speculation. So it's like, I don't know. I love a good speculation. You know, I love that. But how many times can we speculate about the Switch 2? Just leave it alone. It's just, for the love of God. As far as good stuff, it's been quiet. You could be burned out on bad news because that's constant. Yeah, I guess so. I'm already over the game. Besides the older Halo games, one of the modern Halo games, Splatoon was the last shooter I played. Ronald is lovely. Too bad grass starters have it the worst. I mean, the game's hardly difficult. Could say the Switch 2 sneeze really loudly and there'll be more Switch 2. Yeah, I mean, that's the gag, Marcos. That's the gag. It's like any game comes out and the game has if you have too many moving things on this Switch game, it slows down from 60 frames to 58 frames. Oh, God, I told you we needed a Switch 2. Like, that was the joke, and it's getting to the point where it's like, it doesn't feel like a joke anymore. Geek news, that feels like life at this point. I think the only positive thing to talk about this week is the Tango Gameworks getting the Hi-Fi Rush IP. And again, there's nothing to talk about there. Right? There's no conversation. We don't know what's going to happen. I haven't seen anything about the Tango Games employees saying, oh, yeah, we're reporting back to the offices or anything. Like, there hasn't really been any news. And there's not going to be any news until we know what they're going to do with the IP. Because for all we know, the next thing you're going to find out is that they're adding DLC to Hi-Fi Rush with a bunch of microtransactions. And then everybody's going to be pissed off. I feel it very much. Yeah, I want to stay positive, but then there's nothing to talk about. PS3 is considered retro now. Shadow, don't tell that to anybody. When I tried to play Bioshock Infinite and everybody said no, go to the game category, not retro, which realistically I could go to retro with that game. You're not only noticing the lack of news is happening in the background, is that several gaming news channels, a lot of Nintendo ones in particular, are shuttering or restructuring because there's nothing to report. And that's another fact that even something like Hi-Fi Rush being saved, this is potentially good news, just isn't motivating enough to actually look into it and see what it means in the long run. Because we won't know. Because we won't know what it means in the long run. Capcom butchered Dead Rising with the remake. Did they really? Arceus would have been my recommendation for a Pokemon game to play on the Switch, which was everybody's Pokemon. It was everybody's recommendation for me. Sword and Shield are okay. Scarlet Violet is bugged and janky beyond belief. All 3 Time Splitters games are coming to the PS Store on the 20th of this month. I saw that. I did see that. That's pretty cool. I would hope that means that Time Splitters gets a little more attention, but even that's kind of a weird story. I ain't old. We're getting old. Even that's kind of a weird story to have those games there, because then, if they get popular, it means something else. And if it comes back, it's like, let's say they make a new Time Splitters game and people say, oh, that's awesome. We want Time Splitters 4. We want this new Time Splitters adventure. But then when they announced Concord and when they showed Concord off, it's not like people were saying, oh, Concord looks like a sucky game. People kept saying, oh, great, another shooter. Like, so are you fatigued from shooters, or do you just think Concord looks bad? Yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird. I feel like gaming is in such a weird place right now, where I and maybe it's not new. Maybe I just see it more, but I feel like people aren't even entirely sure what to be mad at. I feel like the things that people get mad at, they're really mad about specific things. They're mad about a company that comes out with a specific kind of game, because then if another company does the same kind of game, everybody's happy. Everybody thinks that it's fine. And there's just not, people aren't as vicious towards some of these things as they are to other things, but they're the same thing. Yeah, I think Concord looks boring. I think Concord looks boring because it looks like they're going to focus on it being a shooter, but I think as a single player game, it might be a lot of fun. I think it could be a pretty interesting thing, right? It's got a lot of interesting, quirky characters. People kept saying Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, oh, this is their Guardians of the Galaxy game. But I thought people liked that Guardians of the Galaxy game. Didn't that game come out and people said that it was a lot of fun and it had a good single-player mode? So then what's the problem? That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It's like everybody is just so used to being upset that we don't know what to be upset about, and then when we find something to be upset about, we're not sure what about it we're supposed to be upset about. I haven't heard of Time Splitters in ages. Embracer? Was it Embracer? I think it's kind of a weird story because Free Radical is dead. Thanks, Embracer Group. Red Dead 1 PC leaked by Rockstar and Valve as being dumb with informal NDAs with their new game that doesn't exist, Deadlock. I remember falling through the world in Violet and just fell into the void until the game crashed. If you're perpetually angry, you don't care about your health anyway. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to do that. Yeah. Oh wait, when you're in doubt, talk politics. No, definitely not. That's absolutely not going to happen. A mad Sonic Shuffle is forgotten. Yeah, we do need a new Sonic Shuffle. Wasn't the world better when Sonic Shuffle was around? Maybe it needs to make a comeback. Guardians of the Galaxy was like, but that didn't really translate into sales. Yeah, which is sort of. But again, we're talking about Concord, a game that's not out yet, so it won't translate into sales one way or the other until the game is actually out. So what's relevant now is the reception of the game, and the reception of the game is very negative. But then if another company did that same kind of game, people would say, oh, that looks cool. Or they at least wouldn't talk about it. That's the thing. Like First Descendant. First Descendant is effectively a hero shooter, right? I don't hear anybody talking about that game, good or bad. It came out and then it just vanished. So where's all the hatred? Where's all the frustration about, oh, First Descendant, another hero shooter, and then everybody starts throwing a fit and no one wants to buy the controller, which I still think the controller looks cool for the PS5. I still think it looks cool. When Concord was shown, everyone was hyped thinking it was an adventure game like Guardians, and once it was shown to be a hero shooter. So maybe that's the problem. Like, you're probably right about that. Maybe that's the issue, is that it looked like it was going to be this really fun, elaborate adventure game, and then it was a hero shooter. And it kind of sucked the fun out of the room for everybody. You're probably not wrong about that. Played Concord's beta and got bored really quickly because it's just a standard hero shooter. I did a gym battle where everyone was halfway sunk into the. Oh, you're talking about Scarvio. In that place, I'll play the Guardians of the Galaxy game instead. Yeah, why settle for the diet product? What? So Marcos, why wouldn't you just have sugar when the other option is Splenda? Can we not play Sonic Shuffle again? Yeah, we should, right? Isn't that good? Isn't Sonic Shuffle good? The first Descendant was more like Warframe. So yeah, so like where's the appreciation for that or the hatred for it? Again, that's my point, is that it's not so much that, people didn't hate First Descendant, so why isn't everybody loving it? It's like, I don't know, people are not even talking about it. It's just sort of there. It just exists. First Descendant shoved in our faces at a Sony event for almost 10 minutes. That poor game. Yeah, you're right. You're there too. Deadlock is even more. It's a hero shooter, but a MOBA as well. I did not like the private beta. If there's ever a Smash Kart, I want Sonic. I think it would just be Nintendo Kart, but it would probably be Smash Kart. Sonic Shuffle is a pretty terrible game, but maybe it can be better. It can be better. Yeah, Ronan, you weren't the only one that said about First Descendant. Like, I just brought it up as an example, but you weren't the only one that said about First Descendant that they thought for a hero shooter it was slow. For a shooter, it should have moved a lot faster. Crash Bash was trash. People have, nostalgia goggles on when they remember that game. Nintendo All-Stars Racing. Nah, I don't know. I don't think they would call it Smash. I think they would probably just call it Nintendo Kart. I mean, realistically, Marcos, they don't have to call it anything. I've said before about a Nintendo Kart or a Smash Kart. They're just going to call it Mario Kart, and they're just going to put other characters in it. It's not all Mario characters anymore, and it hasn't been for a little while. You have other characters. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem if they just put other characters in the game. If Sonic and Pac-Man and Wii Fit Trainer and Solid Snake and Terry, if these characters showed up and Sephiroth, if they showed up in the Mario Kart and the game said Mario Kart on the box, do you really think anybody's going to care? People are going to make comments about it like a joke. They're going to say, I thought it was Mario Kart. The same way they say, why is it The Legend of Zelda if you play as Link? Like, everybody makes that joke. But we're so far into that franchise, everybody gets it as a joke, and then they move on, and then they pick Sephiroth, right? They boot up the game, and they say, oh, it's this Mario Kart. What are all these other characters doing here? And then they pick the other characters. So it's not really, I don't think they're going to drop the Mario Kart name because it's such a big name. They're just going to put other characters into the game, which I want them to do. Concord, biggest issue is how Sony presented it, which put it off on the worst starting foot. But that usually kills the game. I feel like that kills the game because remember, what was the game that we had a bad taste in our mouths for that game because they kept showing it to us? No. The hell was that game? Remember they showed it to us a million times? How impressive was it that I don't even remember the game? I keep saying Deadpool. Deathloop. We ended up getting a really bad. Deathloop ended up getting a kind of a bad reputation because of the fact that they kept showing it to us over and over again. And then the game came out, and from what I understand, it pretty much died. But the people who played it said that it was a good game. But that reputation just kind of killed it. Yeah, Ronan, that's exactly my point. Everybody who played Deathloop said that it wasn't really that bad of a game, that it was a decent game, but the reputation killed it. And either nobody wanted to try it, or they tried it and then they said, yeah, but then there's nobody to play it with, or they played it and then they were done and then they moved on. The reputation kind of killed that game. So, Concord, I still say Concord could come out and it can be incredible. It could come out, it could have an amazing story with amazing characters, and there could be, the gameplay could feel familiar but fresh. Like, you can do all of these things right, and the fact of the matter is, for at least the first month, people are going to crap all over the game. And it's going to have a dedicated fan base, and then the fan base is going to move on because they're going to beat the main story, and then the single player, the multiplayer is going to be dead because nobody wants to play it. And that's what it's going to do, and it's a shame, if it's a really good game. It's just kind of weird. It's such a strange thing. FPS PvP is just, it's just not for me. It's I think a lot of people say that game buster, but I think you'd be surprised at how many people say it is for them. And of course, we still have the other problem. We still have the other big problem, which is if you're into those games, that's great. But you're probably playing Call of Duty, or you're going to be playing Call of Duty 6 when that comes out, or Black Ops 6, or you're playing Fortnite, or you're playing PUBG, or you're playing X Defiant, or you're playing First Descendant, or you're playing Delta Force. What is that? What is it? Delta Force Hawk something? It's not out yet, but these are all long-term games. That want your attention for a long amount of time. It's the same. That problem has not gone away. That problem's not going to go away. That everybody's fighting for your time. Nephaloid Umbra, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. That's what I remember, was getting decent reviews, but people were sick of hearing about it during its pre-release mark. Yeah, remember it was in like 10 it was in like 10 Sony states of play. It was there all the time, forever. Also had the issue of the marketing push getting nuked after the studio got bought by Microsoft, since PS5 PC exclusive being marketed by Microsoft. Yeah, you're kind of right about that. A bad first impression can ruin a game, especially if that game ends up being just fine, because a great game can climb out of a bad rep, but a fine, good game can't usually escape. Yeah, and then, I mean, you have some of them. You have Cyberpunk. I feel like Cyberpunk has an okay reputation now, but people still remember that, and they're still kind of burned by it. Guardians wasn't looked at as anything special until they played. I thought that game was a lot of fun, and a lot of people seem to enjoy it. I enjoy FPS PvP, but I don't take it that seriously like most people do. I don't know. I think that I think that a lot of people don't take it that seriously, but there are some. The problem with Kazi is that the people who do take it seriously are the ones that have their clips migrating around the internet. They're the ones, right? You don't see clips of people playing the game reasonably calm, and then when they lose, they get a little frustrated, and then they boot the game up again. Right? You don't see that. You see the people throwing a fit. You hear the videos, you hear the comments about people screaming at each other, right? You see all of that stuff. So I think the vast majority of people are not like that, but, you know, the mindset is that everybody who plays those games is angry. Delta Force Hawk to it. No, it's not. It's not. Now that game would suck. Guardians of the Galaxy game is basically a better version of that Avengers game. People got mad when Nintendo added Nintendo characters to Smash instead of more worthy characters. Yeah, but then they move on. Smash needs Goku. Where's Dante? Is that a problem? Multiple games fighting to have a leg up over the competition sounds good. Stone, it's a problem when these games last for a very long amount of time, and you're expected to level guns, you're expected to open up maps, you're expected to be there every week because they add new game modes, you're expected to play with multiple people, and you're expected to do all of that with possibly about 16 hours a day. That's the problem. The problem is that these games last longer than they've ever lasted. These are games that we're talking about that go on for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, and they're all fighting for your time. How many MMOs can you play at once and play all of them with reasonable amount of time? How many shooters that demand you to be better at the game can you play? And Rocket League, and single player adventure games, and MMO games, and MOBA games. Like, at some point you're going to run out of time to play video games. And it sounds great for the individual who has a choice of the things that they want to play, but for the companies that make 900 why do you think live service games is so rough? Because those games require you to play for as long as possible and to put as much money in as you can. And not everybody can do that. Yeah, more content, Stone, more content in the long run. If you are a consumer, I'm not talking about it from a consumer standpoint. I'm talking about it from a corporate standpoint, from a game development standpoint. You're going to spend, because these games you don't just develop these games and then they're out. You develop these games and then you have to put a lot of money into them to keep them running, to keep new content coming, because that's what keeps players coming in. And that's great if you really like that game. You know, give me a game that you like. You know, are you playing X Defiant right now? Do you really like X Defiant? What's going to happen when there are 7 other games that are exactly like that and other people decide they want to play that game? You know what happens? X Defiant dies for you because now there's nobody to play your multiplayer game with. Now it's bots, or the only people that are left are the hardcore players. Look at, I've used this example before when we've talked about this. Gundam Evolution. Gundam Evolution was an awesome game. And you know what happened? Nobody was playing it. The last couple of times I tried to play that game back when it was out, maybe a month after the game came out, I couldn't get into a game. Nobody was playing it. And it's not that the game is bad. It's just they're all playing other games. Everybody's playing a different game. And once that happens, there are people still playing Fortnite. There are still hardcore players playing Fortnite. They're not putting their time into any other game. So as a player, this is great. You're spoiled for choice. Except as a company, you're suffering because if you bring your game out and your game doesn't replace one of the other top games, your game doesn't last for long enough. And then as a player, if that happens to be a game that you like, your game that you like dies. I dig X Defiant. I haven't played it in forever though, which is a good example of what I'm talking about here. But I haven't played it in forever. But if I was really hardcore crazy into X Defiant, I just saw a thing the other day that said the X Defiant numbers have dropped significantly. Which means that if I try to get into a game, I'm either going to get into the game with the same exact players all the time, or a game's not going to trigger. It's not going to pop a game for me because nobody's going to be playing it. Hold on, let me go back. No Smash Discourse? Actually, it'd be cool for a bird boss in a game like Hawk Tua. Oh, God, yeah. If you like those games, you're eating good. Yeah, you're eating so good, you're overfed. Single player focus games have started to make a resurgence specifically because they only ask for some of your time. Yeah, and that was the problem, is that even single player games, they started, they had a DLC mode and they had all of this content that you could buy, and you bought a single player game and you bought God of War and then you bought the God Pass and then you got a whole bunch of stuff, and those games started to demand more of your time. And you're right, there is a resurgence of single player experiences that last 50 to 100 hours and then they don't want anything else from you. And people are buying them. They're buying them because, great, now I can play more games. Gonna boot up Command & Conquer Renegade, see if anyone's on. Yeah, I wouldn't work for it wouldn't work for most of those companies. I wouldn't work for most of those companies. Hating video games is what being old is like. Do you think Rockstar will go bankrupt if GTA 6 flops? I don't think they'd go bankrupt. I think they would have to figure out a way to recoup. The thing is, they're going to recoup GTA 6 over time. So realistically, they're not like that's such a non-problem. You know what I mean? So I don't think that that's going to be the case at all. But I do think that they're going to probably report losses in the first year. I do think in the first year of GTA 6, they're going to say, yeah, we're not, we haven't recouped it all. But again, GTA 5 is still selling. GTA Online, I think, still has dedicated fans. So they're going to recoup that over time. And they're going to keep GTA 6 as the game that they push. That's going to be their live service game for a long time. I think so. Funny enough, I read an article stating that the numbers for Helldivers 2 have dropped quite a bit as the year has gone on, which we're used to, right? We're used to that. But it does hurt for a game. It does hurt for a game like that. Yeah, hello, Ryan. Just finished John's news video. Yeah, I'm about halfway through it. I had to stop the stream. To the Fortnite point, even that game has been losing players consistently. It just started with so many it can afford the losses. I've been there. It ain't the end of the world. All games die eventually, and don't expect all of them to last 10 years. The God Pass. We definitely have to wait a while for seven if it flops. No, I know, Stone, but it's still interesting to see what happens. It's still fascinating to see what's happening to the game industry and what they're going to do and how the game. I've said before, I think that the game industry, I think 10, 15 years from now, I think that the whole industry is going to look different. I think that we're going to get games differently. We're going to play games differently. We're going to have different expectations. We're going to interact with the games differently. Not differently as in we're going to be using VR or anything. I just think that we're going to engage in them differently, and they're gonna feel like different experiences. We're gonna still have some of the old school, right? We're gonna still have new single player games, and we're still gonna have some multiplayer games. But I don't know. I feel like what we're going to expect out of those games is gonna be different. Even Power World, which is a game Sony now owns partially for future potential, lost most of its players. But sold so well at first, they're hoping to do it again at some point. Yeah, and if that game would have gotten some sort of support over time, I feel like Power World might have been something a little bit more lucrative, but it probably still was lucrative. But it's just interesting. It's interesting to see what happens, and I don't know, and it makes it tough to assess. You know, some games look really cool, and then they come out, and then we're, you know, I don't know what to think about that, and which sort of leads into, not really into my topic, but I guess you can kind of angle it. You could probably angle my topic towards it. Yeah, what did Nintendo do if the Switch 2 doesn't hit Switch levels? I don't think anyone expects it to hit Switch. Yeah, nobody's expecting that, and even if it doesn't, well, it won't. I don't expect it to, but I don't really think it's gonna be a problem. I think that it's still gonna sell well, and the Switch 1, again, the Switch 1's still gonna sell. In 15 years, there'll probably be two gaming companies: the super corporation Games Corp and the smaller rebel company Nintendo. I absolutely call Palworld the flavor of the month game, and have yet to be proved. No, you're not going to be proven wrong, Marco. So that is what it is. I find it more depressing than interesting because I work in games and animation, and the industry ain't in a good place right now. I'm just going job to job and hoping things get better. And I mean, yeah, Stone, and that's another thing is the whole AI thing, right? This whole AI thing just happened where SAG-AFTRA they signed an agreement, right? They finished the strike, but apparently part of the agreement for the strike is that they're allowed to train AI. I didn't understand it completely. I didn't read through the whole thing, but apparently there is some level of they're allowed to train AI off of their performances. And I'm like, that's literally the opposite of what everybody wanted. Isn't that not, that's not a good thing for you to do that. Yeah, no one expected anyone, not just Nintendo, to hit these levels again, at least for a while. Yeah, it's such a where we are in a creative standpoint, from a creation standpoint, whether you're talking about content creators, whether you're talking about these industries, it feels very shaky. It feels very weird, and it's. And I don't want to sit around looking at all of it and think, how did we not see the signs? Because that's what's going to happen. That's what 10 years from now, you're going to have things that are completely generative and or the AI generative, and you're going to have people say that this isn't as good, and for some reason movies don't feel as good, and that's what you're going to get. You're going to get, why don't movies today feel as good as they did 10 years ago? And it's like, because 10 years ago they were made by people. And now you're getting movies that are made by a couple of people and a bunch of AI programs. And they're going to say, this doesn't feel like these movies have heart anymore, which kind of already is. I mean, there's people already saying that about the movie industry. But you're going to get that. And people are going to say, when did this happen? And we're going to say it happened in 2024 when SAG-AFTRA fought against this. And for some reason, they gave it to them. I don't know why. But they did, and that's what happens. It's just, it changes before anybody knows. And again, part of this is because we are in the know and we pay attention to this stuff, and the average consumer doesn't pay attention to this. All in all, yeah, nothing interesting going on in games news-wise. So it's not just me, though. This is why I fear for the voice acting community. It's kind of dangerous. It's kind of dangerous to pursue it as a profession because, I mean, people talk about, the voice acting. There'll always be a space for voice acting, and yet when you go to YouTube and you watch YouTube ads, or you listen to shorts or something, or you watch shorts or even whole videos, and you can blatantly tell that it's an AI voice, and the AI voices have gotten pretty good. You got to kind of know what to listen for with those AI voices, and I guarantee you I've been fooled a few times. But some of those voices have gotten really good. You can hear them emote when they say certain words, but then when they say the word again and it emotes exactly the same way, or the flat points where there's no emotion, that's when you kind of know, oh, that's an AI voice. That's definitely an AI voice. And the industry is still run on. We can make infinite money, as Nintendo has shown the others are starting to restructure to do. You can't make infinite money. You have to actually budget your games if you want to make any money. But then the AI will start watching movies and getting jobs and spend on movies. And the AI uprising begins. And Blaze, in that world, AI will look at us as niche, and we can charge more money because now, if you come to us, you get 100% human. You get 100% human. You know where you see that? You see that in things like drinks and beverages. and foods and stuff where they say, "Oh, now we're made with real sugar." Remember when they wanted you to not believe there was sugar in it, or they said, "Oh, we don't use sugar. We use a sugar substitute." Now they put "made with real sugar" on the box, and that's supposed to be the selling point. So that's what we're going to have. We're going to end up where some movies are very popular, not because they're that great, but because they're all human movies with all human casts and all human production, and people will say, finally, a movie with heart. Some interesting news. Plucky Squire has a release. Yeah, September 17th. I haven't watched the trailer yet, but we've seen the trailer before. I don't know if it's a new trailer. I'm assuming it's a new trailer, but I want to watch it. Look at the James Earl Jones AI voice. Albeit he gave consent, and that's kind of dangerous, He gave consent. So is he going to give consent to play Darth Vader in future Star Wars movies? I don't like that it sounds realistic, because it does, because it's already happening. Again, like I said, when AI voices became a thing and they started to rise up, everybody said that they were going to take voice acting jobs, and then people said, no, there'll always be you're not going to get movies with them that are made by voice actors. And I and a lot of other people said, no, at first you're not going to get movies. What you're going to get at first is the small jobs, the little jobs that you hire a voice actor for because you have 5 lines of dialogue or monologue, right? You're come down to Target today and pick up your new lawnmower or whatever the hell it is. Those jobs, those little nickel and dime jobs that voice actors get, they were going to be the first to go. And now you have, I get ads from retailers where they're all AI. Every one of their ads is AI voiced. So you're already getting that. Remember somebody tried to do recently. They tried to show a movie in theaters that was, I think it was all AI created. And they thought that it would be an interesting thing. And all the movie theaters said, no, we're not showing you that movie. And I thought, oh, thank God, there's still some sense. But someone's going to do it. Someone's going to, or they're going to put it online. Someone's going to make a large-scale project that is completely AI generated. And then people are going to say, oh, that's terrible. And then one person, one company is going to look at it and say, it's terrible. But if we change this, I think we can make it work. And that's going to be it. And then that's the downfall. 100% free range is slave to humans. Oh, God. It's organic acting. That'll be $1,000, please. The problem with my line of work specifically is more because the COVID bubble burst and a lot of people are finding themselves out of jobs since companies aren't renewing work contracts. The higher-ups I've worked with have commented to me that the general audience is responding negatively to AI-made content even when they don't know it's made with AI. Depending on where it is. Depending on where that AI is. That's why AI has a place. It needs to be monitored and it needs to be put into specific places. But as it gets better, Stone, it's going to get worse. Like as AI gets better, the situation it's created is going to get worse. Look up Will Smith eating spaghetti. Go look that up now. I saw that video the other day. Right? Remember the original one? It was awful. Go look up a new one. Indistinguishable from him. It's scary. And it's just and I don't mean to be a doomsayer. I know that this is supposed to be a fun place and we're not trying to be doomsayers and all, but that's what's frightening about it is that it's just like the problems that create it. I worry that they'll get worse. And I don't want them to, and I don't want them to get worse. What is bad is when people start to abuse it, of course. A movie all AI created. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it worked, but supposedly that's what it was. It was like, I don't know if the script was written in AI, but I think all of the visual effects and stuff, like I think everything was done with AI. AI is something that really don't really jive with. It's cool when it's applied to some image generator, but when it seems like we're playing with digital fire here, just my take. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And even the light AI stuff is kind of, does kind of cost some people jobs, but I don't know. It's dangerous, man. AI can be used as a tool, but people are more likely to misuse it. Yeah, I never put it past the company to make a stupid decision or a decision that hurts people based on the idea that they can make more money. It's a bummer. Presidents play games. It says it's going to be a big deal, but we all proved audiences will accept this if we do like this. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough. I don't know how that had I don't know how any of that is. I don't know how we spun off on that and how that relates to my topic today, which was that I think I'm starting to hate video games. No, I'm not starting to hate video games. It's just So I called this already. I'm not really putting this on the game specifically, but I think I'm pretty much done with Trials of Mana. I was playing Trials of Mana, and I've said plenty of times before that I've played every Mana game and I've dropped every one of them. And I was playing it yesterday or the day before. Working cable at call center. I already know the cable is dying, but what seems like call center work may die entirely. Why pay people to be on the phone? You can use AI so realistic that it seems like a real person. I'm adding Trials of Mana to the list. And I got pretty far. I got far enough. So for anybody that might have played the game, I got the first Wind Crystal Power thing. So I fought the Wind Crystal boss or whatever it was, which was kind of irritating. The full game, the remake of the original of the remake of Seiken Densetsu 3 of the third Secret of Mana game. It came out some years ago. That's the one that I was playing, and I think I'm pretty much done with it. I got to the first boss, beat the boss, got the powers and stuff. It's just everything that's wrong with that game is it's just constantly there. It's the voice acting is kind of blah. Everything is real basic. The combat system is incredibly basic. The stat growth system is super basic. It's bright and colorful. Visually, it's very nice to look at, but it's so blah, just all of it, and it's I don't know, man. It's just nothing. The only character that I thought was funny is Charlotte, because she talks like that baby voice. Anybody here that goes to Digimanda streams, when she does the baby voice, that's exactly what the Charlotte character sounds like, and it's adorable. But that's not enough to carry the game. And the story is just so blah. And then like, I'll give you an example what I'm talking about here. And all this is going to sound nitpicky. And that's the problem, is that none of this is catastrophically bad. It's little things. Some of them probably not so little. I don't think the voice acting in a voice acted game being bad is a little thing. I think that's a pretty big thing. Or it's more like the voice direction. I would say the voice. Yeah, it's uwu speak. So the game starts out, right? Something happens. You have to find this guy. He's really powerful. Your character can't hurt him at all. So your main character, your guy, decides he wants to go on a quest. And he's going to go on a quest to... This is literally what the game says. I need to speak to the priest or whatever, the priest of light or something, because I need to change my class. I'm going to change my class so that I can be more powerful to defeat the guy. And I'm immediately thinking, all right, you work the class change system into the game story. Like that's always kind of a thing that's just there, right? That's always part of the stat growth. But all right, you work the idea that you're changing class, and that's going to be that's the point. That's the thing. And you go to the priest of light, I think it was called, and he says, "Oh, go up to the wind temple, and then when you find the crystal there, you'll be able to change your class, and then, I'll be strong enough to fight that scarlet wizard or whatever the hell his name was." So you get there, and there's the big wind crystal, and you just change your class. There's no fanfare. There's nothing, like it's not even part of the story. You get there and you say, "Oh, that's the wind crystal. We can change our class here." And then that's it. And then nothing happens. And I'm thinking, it's just it's so anticlimactic. It's not a part of the game at all. And the game has a bunch of that. And I'm like, I'm kind of annoyed. And then here's the thing. You change your class, And then you find the win thingy guy, and then something happens, and then there's a boss. It actually would have made more sense the other way around. If you fought the boss, and then killing the boss freed the wind crystal, and then the wind crystal allowed you to change your class. And then if your character actually acknowledged it, like I did the class change thing, and then my character didn't even say, finally I can defeat that wizard. There was nothing there. It wasn't even a part of the story. It was so strange. But then I played a little bit more. I'm like, I'm just not. I can't. I'm not really finding anything to enjoy in this. Everything that I think is okay is just surrounded by stuff that's either blah or I think it's dumb. So I had to drop it. So maybe I'll go back someday, which is exactly what I said about all of them. Not gonna lie, you're making me want to play Trials of Mana. Give it a shot, Stone. Maybe you'll like. And that's the thing is that the things that I don't really like about this game, I think are just inherent to the game and maybe inherent to the franchise, right? The overly simplified combat system is a common Mana staple, but I think that that's just something I don't like. Kevin posts a tweet or video saying, fans will hate your series, don't like RPGs. Fans will say you hate the series, don't like RPGs. I mean, it's an action RPG. It's great, you just don't appreciate it. Dragoon, the problem is, I don't think I like the series. This problem that I'm having is the same problem that I've had with every one of those games. It's kind of like your problem with Fire Emblem. No, I don't think I've played enough Fire Emblem games to understand if that's the problem or not. I do have some problems with the way the story progresses in Fire Emblem. Three Houses, I had an issue just with the fact that it felt like the vast bulk of the game was behind. It felt like the bulk of that game is hidden behind playing through the game 4 times and doing all of the side quests and getting all of the characters. Like all of the interesting stuff that happens in that game, a lot of it seems to be like there's way more content about finding your characters and doing the character battles and then playing as the other houses and then playing the one house, but it has 2 different routes. There's so much of that game that is hidden behind doing a bunch of extra stuff that it felt pointless to play unless you were going to play all of it. And that's besides the point of the combat. Like I had issues with the combat and stuff, but yeah, Fire Emblem I think was a sort of different problem here. I think this was the problem, was that it was a little too simplistic, and the presentation of that simplicity wasn't great in my opinion. Like I said, the voice acting was very blah. The combat was I said that it felt like for what little I played of Dragon Quest 10 or 12, 11. I played the full demo of that, and this Trials of Mana game feels like a Dragon Quest game without the whimsy. It looks like a Dragon Quest game. It's got some level of humor to an extent, but nowhere near as much as Dragon Quest. It feels like Dragon Quest without the whimsy. And it says, "Oh, this is just Stone, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yes, in the sense that the things that I don't like about it, I think are just inherent to the system, to the franchise itself. And I can't really speak about Fire Emblem overall, but I can speak on Mana because I've played pretty much every one of them. And it's the same exact problem every time. And I don't know why I thought it was going to be different this time. Even the demo for Visions of Mana. Even the demo for that, I played it and I just kind of dumped all over it. And I see where people would like it. I just don't. Above Reverend's Pro Drivers Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail review, where he said it was the worst story expansion. Any fan said in some way, very unkind ways. He has no right to make these video and several other unsavory things. Yeah, given his recent history, I can imagine what those unsavory things were. My problem with Fire Emblem is I just don't like. Yeah, I don't like tactics games. I'm beating every NSO game. Then when I eventually got to Fire Emblem, I got to chapter 16 and said, "Wow, I keep doing the same thing." Yeah, I forget where I got to in that game. I got pretty far in that one, in the Famicom one, and I just kind of gave up on it. I was like, I just got frustrated. I was like, and I was winning. It kind of like you said. Like I felt like I'm doing the same thing over and over again, and it just didn't feel interesting to me. I don't know. And I've played Awakening. I liked Awakening. I think. Listen, Dragon Quest does something like that. There's some ye old English script and voice acting that adds to its own charm, its own distinct flavor. And yeah, it's just not there with Mana. I couldn't. It was just boring. It was just boring, and it wasn't bad. It was so middle of the road. I think we said this about I think I said this about Trials. I think I said this about Visions, which is the demo for the new one. It does everything it can to tick every box that says fantasy RPG. And then it does nothing interesting with those boxes. It doesn't do anything more than what it says on the cover. Fantasy RPG. Okay. And that's it. My problem with Fire Emblem is hate permadeath. Well, you can turn off permadeath in the newer ones. And then for the for the Famicom one at least, I was using the rewind feature, so I didn't really lose any characters when I was playing the Famicom one. I forget how far I am into that game. Yeah, but then so moving on, I decided, all right, I'm not going to play that anymore. Oh, a lot of Divided on Dontra. One of the biggest things that people just ripped them apart with him was saying, make the story better. They should have made the story between the player and Wook Lamont, the female Ronso, who's the main focus, be focused on and push a love story between them. I don't know about that either. I feel like push a love story is lazy. Yeah, I don't know if I particularly agree with that. I didn't play it, so I don't know. Maybe it would have helped. Maybe it felt like they hinted at a love story, but then since they didn't pull the trigger, that made you feel kind of wanting. I don't like MMOs and I don't like JRPGs. 14 was made to spite me. Yeah, on GBA you can just rewind feature. So yeah, so you can sort of circumvent it with that, but so I was like, okay, I'm not really vibing with Trials of Mana. So let me go back to Pokemon Legends, which was we played it on stream here. We started it on stream here. So I went back to play Pokemon Legends. And first of all, I can't figure out, I was going to restart the game. I was going to restart Pokemon Legends. How the hell do I do that? When I turn the game on, it just goes into the game. There was no thing that said load game, load save, delete save. It just went right into the game. Can I not delete my save file? Can I not? There wasn't anything that said new game, so I could just start a new one. How? There was nothing in there. I didn't see anything in there. Can you just delete your Switch save? Like, is that what I'd have to do? I'd have to go into the memory of the Switch and delete it there. There's no feature in the game to delete my save file. You have to do it from the Switch memory. Okay, that's how I have to do it. All right. Wow, that seems elaborate, but oh, wait. Is Legends one of those games where you get one save file per profile on the system? Is that one of those games? Love story work in single player, but an MMO won't work. Some people saw a love connection. Others saw it more as a family level connection. Okay, that's why. All right, that's what it is. All right, so yeah, that's what you have to do. Okay, so that's kind of weird. Is that all Pokemon games? Pokemon always been that way. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they kind of have been. Well, I didn't play the other Switch games. That's why. Sword and Shield and whatever. I didn't play them. Press start on the home screen and delete. Press start on the home screen. Oh, so you can. Okay, so maybe you can. Pokemon remove the ability to just delete your save because kept parents from complaining kids would accident. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So they added extra steps. All right, so that's what it is. All right, so there is a way to do it. I felt like to me they built this connection with Wook Lamont. Felt like it was going to pay off, but falls to your bestest bud, which I don't know. Maybe I'm playing too much Baldur's Gate where I feel like they could have maybe let you make a choice out of that, but that's hardly a new thing either. But yes, one save file per profile. So okay, so I go back into the game and I'm where I was when I ended the stream, which is I'm standing out in the middle of a field, and I guess couldn't tell what I was supposed to do, if I was supposed to catch more Pokemon or not. Or if I had to like do stuff and level them up and fight other Pokemons, which ended up being what it is. I had to level one Pokemon to research level 10 It's basically the first outside quest that you get. And I immediately, and this is where we get into my stream title. I immediately wanted to turn the game off. Instantly, I felt like, oh God, it's one of these games. It's a Pokemon game. It's a pseudo collectathon. It's a collectathon that's not meant to feel like a collectathon. They don't give you anything that feels like there's any substance to do. And I'm not saying that that's what's going on with the game. I'm saying that this is my immediate reaction to what the game was telling me to do. That there's not going to be anything of real substance. That throughout the game, they're going to give me tidbits of the story, and then they're going to say, if you want the next part of the story, go and collect 5 Pokemon. Go and level them up to more research levels. Go and battle these things. Right? Fight 5 train. Like, that was my immediate reaction was, oh, for the love of God, please don't tell me that this is what's going to happen in this game. And I want to believe that that's not the case. But then I think back to the other Pokemons, and that's exactly what they were. That's why for all the Pokemon games that I played, they're just collectathons. You just run around, and there's a mediocre story that they tack onto it, so that you run around the world and you collect more Pokemon. And it's just like I'm. Everybody said that this was the story one. This was the one that I was gonna vibe with, my immediate reaction was no. Oh God. Oh no. I'm gonna keep going. But that was my reaction. That was why I said that. GBC and Gold and Silver, you have the combo button to truly delete your save. I always have to look it up. Arceus is much more. You need to collect at least some stuff than any other Pokemon. Yeah, so I didn't end up having to collect a bunch of Pokemon. I just had to do stuff with them. I had to get into battles, and I had to level them up and use the move. I had to see Rowlet use the leaf move 10 times. So, like, that was a research thing. Legend's more of a collectathon than a regular Pokemon, which I think regular Pokemon games are collectathons. Wiglamont is the center of the division of Dawntrail. Some people, like myself, love her, and she made the expansion one of my favorites so far. Others are on her. They like her, but didn't gel with her being the main focus. Some despise her for varying reasons. Some for her being an already established and grown character, so they don't have the knock them down arc. Others just don't care for her character, and there are a few that loved her in Endwalker right up until they found out the VA. Oh, wait, the VA has a problem? Hey, you could just watch BSC's run to see even more Arceus. We got a channel for that, Ryan. Out of all of them, this is the one. This one has more than usual Pokemon games regarding that. Speaking of CRPGs, Humble Bundle has a decent sale that includes both Pathfinder games, the 2 old Baldur's Gate games, Neverwinter Nights, Planescape, and Icewind Dale. I thought Neverwinter Nights was like an MMO type game. I didn't think that was like a CRPG. Only completed 1 Pokedex, and it's the Ultra Sun Alola Dex. At least the other ones don't force you to literally collect all of them. Is that what this game does? Wait, Blaze, did you just save me from some trouble there? Sun and Moon had more objectives from what I remember. See, Sun and Moon had more objectives from what I remember. Sun and Moon's story might actually have a likable story. Yeah, I played Moon. And you know what it felt like? You know what Moon felt like? It felt like a tacked on story to get me around the island so that I collect more Pokemon. And you know what hurt? You know what hurt Moon more than anything? Your blank slate protagonist who didn't emote to anything. For the love of God, kid, have a reaction. It just didn't. He didn't react to anything. He wasn't scared when stuff was scary and happy when things were happy and sad when things were sad. There was just nothing. I got nothing from this kid. Oh, the VA chance. Oh, okay. There you go. Fair enough. Oh, a Pokemon game then. Tutorial Island. All of it is Tutorial Island. Movie Man MDG. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. The problem is the chance. Some people are being losers about it. Yeah, problem. Yeah, so your standard Pokemon protagonist. Oh wait, that wasn't a follow. Movie Man MDG rating with a party of 2. Welcome. Sorry about that. Rating with a party of 2. Welcome everybody from Movie Man Stream. I hope you're doing all right. New Pokemon Snap. Might want to try Pokemon Snap instead. So yeah, and then somebody asked, I think it was Kia. I think Kia asked me on Discord if I felt inclined to explore in that game. And so far, it's too early for me to say, but so far, no. I look at something like Breath of the Wild, and that was a brand new game, a brand new kind of Zelda game, but it did a good job early on of establishing the idea that you're going to want to explore. No, it wasn't you, Kia. I forget who it was. My Discord's open here. Hold on a second. KH Sorcerer. I think it was KH Sorcerer. KH Sorcerer was on that. Yeah, that was you, KH. I haven't played it enough to know if exploring feels like there's any value to it. I can tell you that I'm not inclined to do it at all. They give me these objectives, and I just want to do the objectives and go. And because I have yet to explore enough to feel like it's worth it, to find out whether or not I feel that it's worth it or not. But I have a feeling it's not going to be. I have a strong sensation that I'm going to run around and there's not going to feel like there's any value in exploring the map. And that's a bummer because I've come to realize that that's something that I really love. You know what? You know what game I'm doing that? That I absolutely love it, even though it's gotten me killed a bunch of times? Baldur's Gate 3. I have a fantastic sense of exploration in Baldur's Gate 3. And I know they're different, fundamentally different games. I'm just saying that this is why I like the game so much. I like exploring. I like wandering around. I like getting lost in that kind of game. I like finding out what I can find out and see if maybe I can find something that's a little bit earlier. And sometimes I get killed. I ran into, you know what I ran into? The Baldur's Gate player. I guess I'm in Act 2, by the way. They split the game up into 3 acts, right? It's Act 1, 2, and 3 for Baldur's Gate 3. But they don't really tell you. I didn't realize I was technically in Act 2 until I was looking up something and it says in Act 2 this happens, and I thought, oh, okay, so this is Act 2. It's not like you get a big splash screen that says Act 2, The Underdark or something. So you don't really get anything like that, but which I also liked. I liked that it was pretty seamless into it, but I fought this big gold lady monster thing. She tore me in half, man. She had like 600 health. It was crazy. I did okay. I think I got it on a 5 something, but I also went in, my characters weren't rested. So I just I was like, I'm just going to reload, but I'll see what I can do. But yeah, I fought her. I fought that doctor guy in the underground, in the nurse's place or whatever. And then he's like the evil doctor that he's teaching the nurses how to be violent or something. So I killed him, which was pretty cool. Throm, something like that. Dr. Wily. Yeah, that was Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Every new hill, it was a chance for me to see something. And that's why I said Breath of the Wild and not Tears of the Kingdom, because Tears of the Kingdom I already knew what to expect out of that game, which was a lot of exploration. I said on Discord, my real reason to explore, my reason to explore is for my Pokemon. There really isn't much else in Arceus, which is a shame because everybody said that was the story Pokemon game, and that was the one that I was gonna like. And I'm like, I'm gonna keep playing it because I'm still too early to assess the whole game. But it made me realize, getting to the point now, it made me realize that there are aspects of modern gaming. When I talked earlier about games that want you to play them for longer, there are aspects of that I really do like. I do like that a lot of games are very exploration heavy. There are games out there that are very much driven towards search the map, go and look around, explore, open up fast travel points, maybe find some enemies, maybe find things that might be related to something that you haven't even looked into yet. And then later on they'll say, oh, go to this castle, and you'll say, oh, I've already been there. And you'll know exactly where it is, and you'll fast travel back. And let me find treasure chests and rare enemies, and let me do all of that. And I feel like I can have a good time. And I like to explore for the sake of exploration. Like KH asked me, did I feel like there was value in exploring? Usually the value is in exploration for me. Usually the value is just seeing the map open up and I know what's there, and then every once in a while there's a cave, or there's a well, or there's a rare monster, and whoop, don't go over there. I like when that stuff is there. So this idea that games have gotten bigger, I do think works really well for me. I do enjoy that. I think the problem is that I do expect more from some other things too. I do expect the combat to be a little more nuanced. Not MMO levels. Devil May Cry, even with Devil May Cry, I said, "Ooh, there's a lot of buttons to hit here." you're hitting every button. Baldur's Gate, Baldur's Gate's different because I know that it's a computer RPG. I know that you're meant to really play that with a mouse and keyboard. But as a controller player, man, every button does something on that in that game. There isn't a button press you can hit in that game that doesn't do something. It's a lot. Would a Pokemon? I think a Pokemon MMO would work great if they added enough exploration and stuff to do. So the thing is, it's a shame it's not bad. Monster crashing games just aren't up your alley. Monster catching games. As much as many of us wish we could change that. You want very involved narratives. I do, and Stone, and I think that's the other thing. I do like an involved narrative. I do like feeling like the things that I'm doing have value to them. But I do find a lot of value in being allowed to explore and move the narrative forward at my own pace. I do think that there's some value in that. Even without side questing, I think that's probably the thing that I'm sort of divided on. I think side questing is the thing I'm divided on, because if I like a game, I love to do side questing, and if I don't like a game, I don't want to do the side quest. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I just want to get through, and I want to experience the story, and I don't really want to do any of that stuff. Final Fantasy 16, because I really wanted to get through that game, heavily because I was streaming it. But also, I was just really enjoying it. I was really enjoying the story, and I was really enjoying what was happening in that game. So side questing in that game would have almost felt like a distraction. Whereas in 7 Rebirth, side questing in that game, I very much enjoyed. It was a reason for me to get around, and there were so many interesting things to do. I griped about the mini games, but when I was actively side questing and I knew that I was going towards a mini game, that was fine for me. My problem with the mini games was that it was the little micro mini games. It was you gotta get the dolphin to jump up to the thing, and there's a 5-minute racing mini game for that. Like, that's what drove me crazy. But I had no problem with exploring the land and unlocking all of the little objectives to do in the area, and then some of them were side quests and stuff. I thought that was fine. I was okay with that, because then I could choose it. Then when I didn't feel like doing that, I could just move on and do something else. So I was kind of okay with that. I do like a deep narrative in my stories. I do like there to be interesting. I love character development. Character growth and development and interaction is one of the most important things to me. And if I feel like your characters are just there and nobody matters, I lose interest. I lose a lot of interest in that. Something like Tactics, like the original Final Fantasy Tactics, you hire characters and they're nobody characters. But there's so many other characters in that game, and there's such a rich story in that game, it's irrelevant to me. Something like Dragon Quest III, when I played that, I hated that there were no other characters. I didn't like hiring characters in that game, because I didn't feel like they gave me enough story to be interesting without them. I feel like I needed characters there to give me some motivation to keep going forward in the world with everybody else. And I was like, there's not enough story happening here. As soon as it gets 7 Rebirth, I just don't want a super big game right now, and I'm waiting for Astro and Yars and stuff, which are more on my side. Yeah, Rebirth is gonna suck up a lot of time. Yeah, story ain't the focus of Dragon Quest III, which is my problem. That's my issue. Is that? But I do want that. I do love that stuff. That's why I love Final Fantasy IV so much. It's probably, I still say 6 is my favorite, but 4 was so great because it was pretty linear. I have no problem with a game that is clear about its linearity, but every once in a while it lets me do something. 4, I wish I could have explored a bit more. I wish there was more map to go around and look for stuff. But I come to realize that I really need that. This fall is going to be rough on our wallets. AGM with the 5 stream streak. What's going on? I hope everything is all right. I hope you're all set up, AGM. I was rushing through Rebirth after Chapter 3 to see the story, and even rushing that took me like 85 hours. Yeah, it's still, that's a beefy game. That's a beefy game. What about 10-2? Did you like that one? No, I didn't like 10-2 because I played it back in the day, and I just wasn't vibing with that game. But I think I do want to try that game again, just to see if I do vibe with it a little bit more. The more I hear about DQ3, the more I wonder, how is that one of the most beloved RPGs in Japan when it sounds really bad? I wonder if Ryan, I just think maybe they have different standards about what it is that they want. You know, maybe that's what it is. Maybe, or Ryan, maybe it was popular back then, but now it won't be as popular. Maybe people will, maybe that's one of those games that's going to come out in Japan and people are going to say, oh, this is what people loved? I don't know. Hey, D. Oh, we just said in addition to the story, you need a world. I need a world that feels engaging. I need a world that feels lived in. I need, I do like when there's other characters around. I do like when there's things to do. I don't need them to be elaborate things, and I don't need to, and I don't want the game to make me feel like I have to do them. I need to feel like I want to do them, or I'm interested. Nothing. And maybe this is because this is kind of how I am in real life, where I don't really have, like, you'll understand what I mean when I say this. Nothing intrigues me more when I'm playing an adventure game and I go and I'm supposed to go to the town, and I decide I'm going to explore the fields, and I find an entranceway into what looks like a crumbled castle. Nothing is more interesting to me than stuff like that. That is, oh my God, wait, this is cool. I can go in here. Let's see. Is there treasure? Are there monsters? Maybe there's people living here. It's so interesting to me. And I can explore, and I can take a look around, and I can say, oh, wait, I can go up this stairway, but that other stairway is blocked in. But maybe I can come back later, or maybe there's a way around. Like, you will always win me over with stuff like that. You will always win me over when I can feel like I want to explore, and I feel like I'm free to explore, and I feel like there could potentially be some reward to it. And I don't mean reward as in I'm going to absolutely get a treasure. I mean the reward is in the experience of it. Maybe it's just a cool place. Maybe there's a random book in here. Maybe there's a boss monster. Maybe there's some random enemies. Maybe there is treasure. Or maybe it's just a cool location that I'm at early. So then later down the line, I can, when they tell me to go to this place and there's a ruined castle, I can say, oh, that place, I've been there before. I did that with Tears of the Kingdom. For anybody, spoiler alert if you didn't play Tears of the Kingdom, when you get to the 5th hero thing or whatever it is, and it's Mineru with the whole thing with Mineru, and they tell you, oh yeah, there's a light that goes down to the depths, and it's like, oh, there's a temple down there. There's this hidden temple that nobody had been to. I had already been there, and I had already fought the enemies there. So I thought, this is awesome. And like, that felt so cool to me. What a cool feeling that was. Pokemon with, that's probably the nail in the coffin for Pokemon for you. No matter the story, the world itself can be a bit generic. I think that's what it is. Greg is secretly Simon Belmont. Hey, without the whip. Oh, let me go back up here. It's a complicated story, but I hope to be good to go back to work between tonight and tomorrow night. But hey, let's enjoy the Thursday. Now, the more I hear about DQ, the more I want ice cream. Oh, yeah, you're kind of right about that. I want to, black and white cookie dough blizzard. Oh, man. Thoughts on a franchise like Nier, Drakengard, where the games have a decent amount of story, but then there's even more story in other media like Japanese exclusive novels and stage plays. Does it feel expansive or does it feel mandatory? That's usually my only problem. If it feels expansive, I'm usually okay with that. I'm fine. If it's like, oh, that's cool. If you're interested in this, it's like Star Wars. I think of it like Star Wars. If you want to get into Star Wars, I say watch the first 6 movies, right? Watch the the original trilogy, and then watch the prequel trilogy. And then everything else, when people say, oh, well, you have to watch all these shows and stuff. No, those shows and those extra things, therefore, did you like this thing? But you can elaborate on it here. You know, oh, did you like the Clone Wars stuff? Were you interested in the story between 2 and 3? There's a whole series for that. Were you interested in the stuff that happened? There are other series for that. You know, were you interested in the space between the end of the Clone Wars and the beginning of New Hope? There's a bunch of stuff like there. That's what I like. If it feels supplementary, if it feels like, oh, this is just extra. Or if you don't want it, if you don't care about any of that, you watch the originals and then you go on to something else. So like Nier Automata, I played it. I didn't beat it all the way. I didn't beat it I beat the game with what's her face, but I didn't beat it with the other characters. If there's supplemental material, I have no interest in reading it, but it's cool that it exists. Was a very personal reason. Probably never forget trying to do every side quest in 7 Rebirth and having the last one bug out and be unbeatable unless I completely deleted the game and re-downloaded it. Ugh. It's like one of my only issues with Tears of the Kingdom. There's a lot more life in it, but I sure wish Hyrule would be saved after you load up a beaten file in it. Elden Ring actually has a lot of those. Yeah, you guys, I figured Elden Ring was going to be the one. Started Elden Ring, and that's the main thing that's surprising me is there's a lot of dungeons. Like, I love that stuff, man. I think that that's so much fun. I cleared Thundercloud Island without. Yeah, I cleared Thundercloud Island without doing the first part. It was definitely an experience. Yeah, God, that was. I did that too. I cleared Thundercloud Island when it was all still stormy and stuff. Woo, that's an experience. But it felt so cool. I spent hours in that place. Thundercloud, I spent hours maneuvering my way through that area, and I had a blast doing it. I had so much fun doing that. Is the gameplay good? Would be my answer question. DQ3 was what set the standard for RPGs going forward. The way map progression works, a customizable party, the updating spells and utilities, defining expectations from every class. The problem now is DQ3 feels standard in some way because the game is the standard. Yeah, it's Stone. It's the origin of a cliche. When people go back and they look at something that's cliched now, right? They look at I don't know if the kids even say this anymore, but they look at Clint Eastwood, right? Go ahead, make my day. And people think that that's such a cliched line, but it's not cliched when you watch the original movie. That's where it happened, right? So it's not a cliche. When you watch the original movie, that's just where it took place. So when you play something like Dragon Quest III and you think, man, these things are so sort of bare bones. It's like, yeah, they're bare bones, but that's because this is where it started. So it kind of gets that. But the issue is, if it's not an enjoyable experience, it's not an enjoyable experience. Whether it is the originator, whether it is the one where it all started, right? The Atari 2600. When you look at video games, there are systems and consoles before the Atari 2600. But for the vast majority of people that got started back then, the 2600 is where they started. That's the originator. It's sort of like the OG. It was the OG like the ultra popular thing. It was the OG sort of thing. But if you go back now, it's not good. The average player is going to play that and they're going to say, "Ooh, this is primitive." they're going to say that's primitive. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for what it was. Oh, I got a Gonzalez too. I have a lot of respect for what it was. Dragon Quest 3, I have a lot of respect for what it was. But it's not for me. It just wasn't for me. I'm sure things are better now. I say Mario 1 didn't suddenly stop being fun, even if Wonder is better. Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of, you look at Mario 1, like Super Mario 1, let's be clear here. You look at Super Mario 1 and you say, that's still kind of fun. Sort of? Is it fun because it's nostalgia? Would you pay $10 for that game if Super Mario Brothers 1 in its exact form but wasn't a Mario game? Would you pay 10 or 20 bucks for that game in a store? Or would you say that there's not a lot here? For 10 or 20 bucks, there's not a lot here. There's not a ton of content here. Feels a little stiff. Look, I did the arcade version with Face 60. Mario Bros. Best game. I don't know. I mean, this goes into that indie conversation that started, last week? Contra Operation Galuga exists. John Akari, what's going on? Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I saw that. Yeah, not for SMB1. So, and Stone. And there are probably some people that would say, "Oh, so you hate Mario 1, like Super Mario 1?" It's like, no, I don't hate it. It's just for while I respect it for what it was, we are now so far past that going back to it feels archaic, and it's tough for a lot of people to do. And it's fine for us. Maybe a lot of us are retro gamers. We grew up with that stuff. But for the kids just starting out now, they're going to have never really played that. They're going to play it as a novelty. They're going to play it as a novelty, and then they're going to move on. And if they do play one extensively, it's going to be 3. If they were to go back and play a game like that, it's probably going to be 3 or World, like you said. Mario 1 would be probably worth 5 or 10 bucks. I'd probably say 5. I feel like 10's a bit stretching. Yeah, anything higher would be steep. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of what we want out of the games and what we expect, and in comparison to what we have. And I think that's where I was going with this Pokemon thing, was that with the Pokemon thing. Oh, I'm sorry, CT. I did see you ask that. Yeah, he's good. He's good, running around like always. Driving me crazy, meowing. He knows when I'm about to wake up in the morning, so he starts meowing right in my face. Well, my face adjacent. I'll pay 10 for Gradius 3 in 2024. Us old guys love that. But for the kids today, it has to compete with all those modern schlocks filled with MTX and junk that also want that $10. And that's what I'm saying. And Rag, it's while that's absolutely true, the other issue is that there are games out there that don't have that. You don't have look at a Shantae game. If you look at a Shantae game, that game doesn't have a bunch of microtransactions and a bunch of stuff that you hate. You buy that game and you have that game, but that game is way more elaborate than something like a Mario 3 or Gradius. Gradius is kind of weird because the shmups are in like a weird place right now. But if you go and look at one of those cave shooters, or if cave even makes shooters anymore, what's a modern what do you think is a modern shooter? Like, I feel like I don't really see shooters anymore that are really, really coming up. But if you look at something like that, $10 for Gradius 3 is awesome. But for $10, you can probably get another shoot 'em up that is similar and a lot more elaborate. So you guys say, no, God, Metro games. No. Shmups. Gradius. I don't even know what to say as a shoot 'em up anymore. Jesus, what do you even see? Not rail shooters either. Rail shooter is more like Star Fox. Sonic Frontiers. Yeah, Gradius is like, it's tough to say. What do you even say? See, that's the thing. I could sit here and I could rattle off franchises, right? I could rattle off Onichibara and the Gunbird games, and right, Gunbird and Radiant Silvergun and Ikaruga, like those kinds of shooters. Do they, Bullet Hells? Let's say Bullet Hells. If I say Bullet Hells, you probably know what I mean. All right, like what are modern Bullet Hells? Do they even make them anymore? I forgot the one that Arc System Work is putting out. Undertale. Yeah, you're right. When you're not wrong there. CT. When you fight Sans and a couple of the other enemies have shoot 'em up sort of things. Yeah, Undertale kind of counts. Modern Bullet Hell. So Doom Eternal. I mean, technically, sometimes people confuse aging with problems. Even back in the 90s, I thought Link poking with a sword was stupid in Zelda 1. I didn't need Tears of the Kingdom or even Ocarina of Time. The problems were always there, but they were less noticeable because nobody had done it better. Toho is the modern bullet, but even Toho does different things now. Cause Toho Luna Knights, that's a platformer, isn't it? Isn't that a Castlevania style platformer? That's not even so. Toho just having Toho on the cover doesn't really do that anymore. Yeah, it's all the indie scene now. So and Stone, that kind of proves my point. So that's the point. I don't actually need an indie shooter. I don't actually need a shooter. I needed to prove that point. Is that they're coming out in the indie scene. So some of these games that are $10 that might be mediocre compared to a $30 shoot 'em up, it'll probably still be more content rich than something like Gradius 3. It'll probably have more modes and more things to do. So a retro person, an old man like myself, is going to have no problem buying a Gradius 3. But a new person getting into the franchise, they're going to look at these two games for $10 and they're going to say, I get way more value out of this game than I do out of the old game. Shinos either saved us from the final boss or is the blimp Kabula? Wait. A Toho Luna Knights isn't a Toho game. It's made by someone else. The guy who created Toho doesn't care of other. Oh, that's what it is. Bayonetta 1 had a shooter section. So yeah, that's kind of. Oh wait, what's this? Lilac. Hold on. Who's going to take action against fake reviews and AI generated reviews? Interesting. The reward in Pokemon for exploring are usually rare Pokemon, which I don't care about. Yeah. Either less noticeable, or we let them happen to us. Explains all the porn. Wait. Kabula is the face blimp from Kirby. Okay. When will I play Blaster Master Neo? I never played. Wait, what's Blaster Master Neo? I played 0, 2, and 3, or 1 and 2. I haven't played 3 yet. Yeah, Sonic Frontiers is a bullet hell at the end. There was another game that did that, right? Would I count Vampire Survivor? Oh, Vampire Survivor. Vampire Survivor is kind of like a bullet hell, right? Right? Isn't that? I think it's a little bit. I think it counts a little. Oh, CT, is that what you were? That's what you meant? Yeah. I played 0, 1, and 2. I haven't played. I have 3. I just haven't played it yet. Vampire Survivors is addictive. It's very addictive. To the earlier point we had years ago, one of my brothers told me that he never played Final Fantasy VII because it looks old, and that was a few years after it came out. Bullet Heaven is what they're calling Vampire Survivor likes now. Yeah, so that's kind of fun. I do think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I just as I looked at going back to the original point when I was playing Legends, I was just like, is this where games are now? Because I know Legends is only a few years old. It's not like it has an excuse of being an old game or something. So when I was playing it, I just, like I said, I'm gonna keep playing it, and maybe it'll turn it around. Maybe it'll suddenly do something that I'm very happy with. But as I'm playing it, I'm just like, I started to think, and this is kind of now we get to the real point of my title. I did start to think, am I just at a point where I know what I want so much out of a game that anything that deviates from it slightly is just, I don't want to play it. Are video games now? Yeah, am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. Well, hold on. We're going to bring it full circle. We're bringing it full circle right now. Considering where video games have been, where they're trying to fight for our time, where some of these games last so long, and where we just don't have as much time to play. Am I just at a point where I zero in on the things that I absolutely like, and the second I see something I don't like, I'm more likely to bail? Trials of Mana, I knew I was going to be out of that game. That game just has a bunch of stuff that I'm not really a big fan of. But when I put on Legends Arceus and I noticed one thing I didn't like, my desire to play that game immediately shrank. Are we just so hard up for time, and we're so spoiled for choice with games that if the game presents itself in any way whatsoever as something that we might only think is okay, we're inclined to just back out and find something else. We're just gonna back out, and it's not even and that's the thing. It's not the game's fault. Legends Arceus, from what I understand, is very, very well received. So it's not the game's fault. It's not me saying that this game sucks. It's me saying this game isn't for me, so I want to move on to something else. But, which doesn't sound bad on its own. It doesn't sound bad to say, well, I played this game and it's not for me, so I'm going to move on. But did I judge this game isn't for me because of one tiny aspect of the game, and I immediately thought, this is the beginning of the end, I'm not going to like this? And it's such a weird, that's why I joke, like, do I just hate video games now because I'm more likely to find some small aspect that I just wasn't really a fan of and say, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. Combat system's a little complicated. I don't want to do that anymore. You mean I got to talk to characters? I don't want to do this anymore. Social links, I'm out. But is that where I am? Is that where we are as gamers? Are we so hard up for time and so spoiled for choice that we're willing to just reject something because of one tiny thing that we don't happen to like about it? This menu is a little confusing. I'm just going to play something else. Microtransactions. I don't want to play this game. All right, well, we just don't engage in microtransactions. Yeah, but it's still there. Right? How many people are guilty of that one? How many people are guilty of not wanting to play a game because it has microtransactions, even though the game doesn't require you to engage in them in any way whatsoever, but because they exist within the game, you don't want to play that game. You don't ever have to buy into the microtransactions at all. Nothing about the game makes you do that. And yet, because it contains this element that you typically don't like, you will write out the whole game. And you won't even think twice. You won't even think twice about it because I already have a bunch of other games to play, so I don't need to play this game. It's so strange. It feels so weird to be like that. Hold on. Divisive? I don't know. I try to push through a game. And CT, you try to push through a game, but then how long do you push through a game before you're allowed to decide that you don't want to play it? Bring a good issue facing most games that change. That's why was 16 so decisive? Divisive. Because while it's a good game, it's not what many older players wanted, and they don't want to find a new game. They want the game they like. Even a new game is objectively good. Yeah, 16 was a really decent game. We've said this before, going back to 16, where if it wasn't called Final Fantasy 16, I think people would have received it very well. But because there was one tiny thing that they didn't like about it, which is literally the name, because that was there, it bothered people enough where they crapped on it. But I mean, I'm just saying that for me because I thought the game was awesome. 7 Rebirth. Gamers are spoiled for choice. It has to take a lot for me. It has to take a lot for me to back out of a game. It's such a problem that it's named after convention. Yeah, too many games. Yeah, one thing can, and John Akari, and that's it. Like, one thing can lead to another. When I had that problem with Legends Arceus this morning, my immediate thought was, all right, it's just one thing, and it's early on in the game. But my immediate concern became, is this going to continue? Is the whole game going to be like this? You jump into conclusions before knowing whether or not you like a game or not. Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is. And Ronan, the issue there is, if I get 10, 20 hours into the game and I decide that I like the game, terrific. If I get 10 hours into the game and I decide that I don't like this game and I haven't been liking it for the whole time, I feel like I wasted 10 hours. That's 10 hours that I could have put into something else. And that's the problem, is that we're at a point, I'm at a point where if I play something that I'm not immediately liking, it starts to feel like a waste. It starts to feel like time that I could put into something else. Yeah, sits in a dark room, sad and depressed about the state of gaming. Suddenly a door opens and a light shines in Plucky Squire. Yeah, You actually wrote a good point months back. Despite what we define as standards, no matter what, free-to-play games are part of the playing field. There is a point where you wonder why buy Breath of the Wild when you can play Genshin for free, even if I hate it. Even if you don't like the microtransactions, but if you don't engage in the microtransactions, there's still a robust game there. Until I get the credits. See, and CT, that's odd to me. Look, I tried to push through Sonic 06, and that's odd to me. Because if you actively decide that you're not having a good time playing this game, isn't it strange that you would keep playing it? Doesn't that feel weird? It's not a movie. You know, if you're not liking a movie's an hour and a half, 2 hours long. Finish the movie. But video games can be 60, 70, 80 hours long. Especially if we're talking about like role-playing RPG games. I mean, there obviously can be a lot more, but I think that's pretty average. So it's weird to me that you would say, oh, I'm going to play this game for 70 hours of my life, knowing that I'm not having a good time. Hey, Ultramaractus. Oh boy, Solitaire. Target wasn't a tiny thing because it has long-term effects of the Final Fantasy mainline franchise. But again, I think that's the 16 thing is just that I feel like 16's problem was that if it was called something else. I think everybody looked at it and said that it had to be Final Fantasy 16. Why did they make it turn-based? When I'm sitting there looking at it thinking they could have made this game and just called it something else. And I think it would have been received really well. Beginning RCs is slow. It's worth playing in my opinion, and that's coming from me, who out of the two of us probably hates Pokemon more than you. I don't hate Pokemon, but I think AGM, I don't hate Pokemon, but I think I don't like Pokemon games very much. Those 10 hours aren't wasted because you got your answer. Yeah. I mean, Ronan, that's the logical way to put it, and you're right, but it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't, right? Like if you spend 2 hours making a meal, this really elaborate meal, and then in the first bite, you think this is terrible. Don't you feel like you wasted those 2 hours, right? Logically, you would think, oh, well, I spent 2 hours learning to make something, and then I just didn't like it. But realistically, you think, wow, I just wasted 2 hours. That's 2 hours that I could have ordered a pizza, eaten the pizza, and played a video game. I didn't know if you played. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I have it. I get on my tangents, Flash. It's best to spend 10 hours learning that you don't like a game instead of spending 1 to 5 hours never knowing the answer. And yeah, you're not wrong there. I let Sonic Forces happen to me, even if I got it for free by Nintendo for $5 in gold coins. I feel Nintendo owes me $15, right? I want my time back more than anything else. Is it wrong to be like that? We shouldn't be required to tolerate stuff we don't like, especially if we have many other choices. We aren't kids who have to say, this is all my parent will buy me, so I better force myself to love it, I guess. Not to mention, we all piss and moan about we have backlogs, so if we're not liking something, just play something else. Twilight Princess. Ugh. Did I push through Twilight Princess? I don't remember feeling like I was pushing through Twilight Princess. That's not true either. I can't even say that that's the case. I kind of did. I kind of did, if I'm being completely honest with you. I played Twilight Princess, and then I got to the part where the mirror broke, right? The Twilight mirror or whatever it is, and then I got irritated, and I turned the game off. And I'd say it was at least a year before I went back to the game. And that was very much I'm not playing anything else. It's probably time I get back to playing this game. I powered through the rest of it, and I didn't particularly hate it. And this is addressing Twilight Princess very quickly. I don't remember hating it. I just remember not caring too much about enjoying it. Legend of Daniel, maybe video games were a mistake. I think they might have been. Hold on, before we do anything else, let's get this Gonzalez. I'm having a volume problem I need to figure out. Gonzalez, ore wa shuyo Oreika Arashiruba Point. Oh. Thank you so much for that. I thank you for the 100 bits again, Legend of Daniel. That's how I collected the mirror shards. Yeah, I remember getting really irritated. I pissed and moaned about that because I was like, come on, man. Why is it every time Link touches something, it breaks into 4 pieces? He has to go and get them. Are there any artifacts in Hyrule that are in one piece? For the love of God. As a content creator, some of us have certain commitments. What do you mean? Just out of like playing games, like sticking with games? Oh yeah, Thursday. You know what that means for Mario Kart 8. It does too. To Agent's points, why I argue Nintendo has balanced out so well in this age of massive standards. By setting expectations, they mitigate a lot of disappointment that comes from, but we expect more. By telling you straight up, this is what you're getting. But in your case in BSC, you guys get to choose what you play for the channel. You're not obligated to play bad games or games you don't like. It depends, Ronan. I mean, they're definitely not obligated. They're not obligated to play to do whatever. The thing I would say, and I would ask Ryan about this, obviously, because it's Ryan's part of the channel. You guys don't play brand new games, right? You don't blind play games, so they're not going to play something like you guys aren't going to play something that you're going to realize halfway through you're not enjoying it. It's not like here. Like here, that's the problem. You know, with the way I do things here is that we do play games brand new. I do play games sight unseen. And yeah, I do get into games where I think either I'm not enjoying this game, so I'm going to stop it, or I'm enjoying it, but the game is very long. And I don't want to be playing this. Lego Star Wars I was very much enjoying, but I didn't feel like playing that game for the next 3 months. That game is so long and there's so much content. We occasionally do if we get a code for a game early. Oh, okay. So you do have some games that you're kind of like obligated to play. That makes sense. Is the Triforce of Courage, not the Triforce of Precision? So obviously, everything he touches breaks. Well, can he get the Triforce of Crazy Glue at some point, or is that another quest? Oh man, yeah, that was why I always griped about that game. But yeah, that is a game that I put down for a long time, and then I went back to it. And normally at that point, I just start a game over. And I knew back then, if I start that game over, I wasn't going to finish it. I wasn't going to finish that game. But yeah, that's where I am. That's my rant. And that's sort of how I was feeling today. I wonder if it's me, or I wonder if it's gaming, or I think I'm not curmudgeon-y about it. I'm not like these damn video games. Back in my day, video games were better. Like, it's nothing like that. But I do look at the transformation of the hobby and of the games themselves, and I think, I don't know, is it that there are more games that I don't like? Is it that I'm more picky about my games? Am I more picky because I've played so many games that really do hit the mark that I know the common factors when something doesn't hit the mark? You know, when you give me an overly simplistic combat system in a combat focused game, in an adventure, in a action adventure game, and you give me an overly simple combat system, I usually associate that with a game I don't like, or that I find boring, because I think that if the combat in a game is hit A 4 times and that's it, and there's no real nuance to it, and sometimes I jump, and combat's going to be a large portion of the game, how long until I get bored? How long until I just don't want to do this anymore? You know, I talked about DMC, and I talked about how DMC 5 uses every button on the controller, but it was kind of fun learning those buttons. When I played Final Fantasy 16, I was a little overwhelmed at the beginning. I was like, wait, I have to learn all of these moves, and then the moves do different things, and then there's other stats, and then there's these other sort of animal things, but I can only keep 2 of them at once, or not animals, the summons, whatever. I was going to say guardian forces. But then I was able to learn that. I got to sit down and I was able to really understand that, and it was robust, and it was really interesting for me to do. I've said before that if I miss anything about Final Fantasy 14, ironically enough, it's my combat rotation. It's the order that I have to focus on all of my skills and then play the game that way. And I love that. I love combat. When I played WoW and when I played 14, I love the combat in that game, in both of those games. It was so much fun for me. Flip, Uncle Mike, hey Flip, everyone, guess who got a day off? I hope it's you. You were absolutely picky. Yeah, I mean, I am definitely absolutely picky. I'm not even gonna act like that's not true. Just my opinion for the title. I don't think we stopped liking video games. We've been into this hobby for our entire lives that inevitably we're harder to please. And given social media, we sometimes get overhyped or undersold on games. We're not out of touch. We're just harder to reach because we're more experienced than the average human. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what it is. And again, the problem is that we also know that there's a choice. Like somebody said earlier, I think it was Dragoon that said earlier, there was this idea when we were kids that this is what our parents bought us, so this is what we have to play. And now there are way more games and they're way more accessible. So we feel like we can be picky. I mean, there's a lot of games on the NES that I played and beat that nowadays I wouldn't play for longer than 5 minutes because I have other choices, because I can just go and play something else. But back then I couldn't. So back then I sat there and I did whatever I had to do, and I beat Wrath of the Black Manta. I didn't have a choice. There was nothing else to play. Well, I could have played Mario Brothers again, but being honest, it might be you. Which is why I suggest that you broaden your horizons. Don't think about how long it would take until you get bored, but instead just focus on the journey you're having. And if you get bored, you have your answer. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the problem, Ronan, is that it costs money, right? It costs money to broaden my horizons. I can't. How many times can I buy a Pokemon Legends Arceus and a Trials of Mana before I have to say, all right, I'm spending a lot of money on games that I am not enjoying. So either I need to buckle down and enjoy them, which is strange to say, because if I could just force myself to like things, I would. Or I just focus on the games that I play, and then I just don't buy anything anymore. Every once in a while, I buy something that I think I'm going to like. And this is kind of where a lot of people are. This is why they don't expand outwards from Pokemon, because Pokemon are the only franchise of those games that they like. This is why people get so frustrated about Final Fantasy 16 being an action game instead of a turn-based game. There are tons of turn-based RPG franchises out there, some of which are from the same exact company, but they don't know those games. They know Final Fantasy, so they don't want to take a chance on some of these other games, or they just can't afford to. Right? Oh, well, just play Triangle Strategy. Just play Octopath Traveler. All right, but what if you don't like those games? I know I like Final Fantasy. I don't know if I like those other games. But it's definitely me. Working GameStop certainly has made me mentally exhausted talking about video games, if I'm honest, because it's now a business thing rather than a fun thing. I find myself trying games I wouldn't think of trying as I get older. That's interesting. I mean, I have branched out in some ways. I have, I picked up those Call of Duty games that I haven't played yet, but I do want to try them out. I'm looking into visual novels. I'm trying to figure out what's a good visual novel for me to play. So, there are certain things that I'm sort of stretching out a little bit, and I'm trying to figure out maybe something else that I would be into. Baldur's Gate is a good example. Like, normally I would have said, wow, Baldur's Gate looks really cool, but I don't like those kinds of games, so I'm not going to play it. When I played Diablo 3, like, that was sort of a new experience for me, and so I am trying to branch out a little bit. It's just, like I said, it costs money. It costs money to do that. How many unfinished or untouched games do you have? I mean, I got a stack. I'm looking at a stack of games right now that are all purchased within the last year. And some of those are games that I was really looking forward to, and I just haven't touched them. You know why? Because I sit down, and now I'm playing Baldur's Gate. But before then, I sit down with the 2 or 3 hours I have to play games, because I stream. I go to work, I go to the gym, I stream, and then I've got about 2 hours before I have to stop. So I don't have much time to play games. So I take the 2 hours and I think I could put this towards an experience that I may or may not like, or I can play more Rocket League and I can enjoy myself. Or I can play more Baldur's Gate 3 and I can enjoy myself. And I know I'll have a good time playing Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if I'll have a good time playing Atelier Ryza. I'm pretty sure I will. For many reasons. But yeah, that's the thing, is that it's tough because I'm just limited on time. So and maybe that's why. Maybe that's like I said, maybe that's the problem. That's why I'm so picky, is because I don't have time to sit there and play a game for 20 hours before I decide that I don't like it. If I see something that is a red flag for me, I have to say, I got to move on. I got to do something else. Despite the fact that Final Fantasy has not been turn-based in 2 decades. With the backlog bigger, I'm at a point where new consoles are only going to be Nintendo in the future for me. Do you believe that you've given a number of games you've stopped playing a fair shot? Most of the time, yes. Most of the time. I think there's probably a couple of games where I stopped prematurely. Or I stopped for bad reasons. I bring up Digimon. I bring up Yakuza. You know, those are games that I stopped for bad reasons. They weren't bad games in particular. I was personally playing them wrong. But there are games that I played enough for me to say, if this is the bulk of what the game is like, I don't think I'm vibing with this game. I don't think I'm having a good time here. They aren't wrong to feel that way. Because similar isn't the same as much as we argue. How much does that really matter? It gets to the point where we become Peter or Family Guy. I did not care for the Godfather. If people complain about that, they've not played Final Fantasy games since the 90s. And they were throwing a fit. They were losing their minds over Final Fantasy 16. It's just like they haven't been what you're looking for in a while. But those games are out there. Those turn-based games are out there. But they don't want to look anywhere else. They don't want to risk looking anywhere else. They know Final Fantasy. They want to play that. Remember how hesitant you were to try out Xenoblade? Xenoblade, I don't think I was hesitant to play Xenoblade. I think I was just putting it off. I was a little concerned, Marcos. There was some concern about Xenoblade that everybody seems to really love this. And there was a concern that maybe it was a little bit more hype. And I thought, ooh, what if I don't like it? So there was some concern there. But I was really looking forward to actually trying it. And I tried it and loved it. And I very much loved what I played out of that game. It was so interesting for me. Which is why I want to eventually get to Xenoblade 2. Even though I probably should do the DLC for the first game. Digimon Survive is a good VN. When the VN not going on, it's a tactics battle system. I got about 150 games on Steam. Probably 50 more across all of the games. Digimon Survive is shockingly good. 1,100 I own, probably about 600. I mean, yeah, and that's not including the retro games that I have, right? That's not including the shelf that I'm looking at here that has PS1 through PS5 games technically, and I have games there that I haven't. I didn't beat Returnal. I played what 40, 50 hours of Returnal. I never beat it. I think it's probably not that much, but I never beat it. But I played enough of Returnal because of the kind of game Returnal is. I played enough of it to understand that even though there's a crap load of stuff that I love about that game, there's a lot of stuff that I don't like about that game. And thing number one is the kind of game that it is. It is a roguelike experience. It's technically a roguelite, but you start out too far back and the game is too long for that, and it's a little hard for some reason. I don't know why the second boss is so hard in that game. It should change for a while. In Final Fantasy's case, sales do reflect that. They've been noticeable dipping as the games have changed. But then we got into the whole sales don't count except the specific new games sold when those are then those are proof. I've been 600 hours in Xenoblade 2 and it's still not done. Xenoblade X took me half a year of constant playing and it's still not done. And I don't play games that way. That's the thing, is that I don't play games. So the whole that's what made me curious about Persona 5 is that people talk about I played Persona 5 for 150 to 300 hours. I don't play games that way. I kind of blast through them. But even that kind of worries me. Like you said with Xenoblade, you put 600 plus hours into Xenoblade 2. So am I going to have an enjoyable experience plowing through that game? Comparatively plowing through that game, right? If I get 100 hours out of that game, that's a beefy experience. But if you're playing it for 600 hours, am I going to enjoy playing a game like that for that short a time as 100 hours? You know, Majora's Mask, Oh, there's a whole bunch of side quests and things you can do. All right, well, just don't do the side quests. But the game is so dependent. Your enjoyment on that game is very dependent on how much side stuff you do. Yakuza is kind of the same concern for me. Yakuza is something that I'd be very interested to go back to. And yet, because of the nature of that game and because of all of the wacky stuff being side quests, side content, how long before I don't feel like it's side content? How long before I realize I'm not having a good experience unless I do that stuff, but I don't want to do that stuff? Which is the Pokemon problem. The Pokemon problem is, for the people that like collecting Pokemon, it's probably a ton of fun, but that's the thing I don't like. I don't like collectathon games. So, and that's what Pokemon games end up being. That's me trying to get everything. Yes, I definitely won't try to get everything. And that's another thing. Don't lean into the hype of games because of the fan base. Everyone's experience varies, including yours. How many games did we say were good and you ended up not liking them? And again, Ronan, the reason I do that and the reason a lot of people do that is because I don't have the money to buy everything. I don't have the money to buy anything that just looks kind of okay. I have to try and go on the word of other people. And I have to say, all right, this is what I like. And this is why I like having a conversation with you guys. Because I can say, this is what I like. What do you think would be up my alley? You guys said DMC5 would be up my alley because of the way I am about combat. And I very much enjoyed that game. I very much liked that game. So that one was a win. God of War, everybody told me to play God of War 2016, right? And God, that game was incredible. that game was unbelievable. And Ragnarok I thought was very, very good, you know, barring that one thing that happened. I didn't think that it was better than the other one, but that was a damn good game and it was super interesting. It had a lot of cool characters. It had a very fascinating story as you went on. The combat was really good. You know, I'm used to something a little faster, but it still felt really good. Yeah, Ragnarok. Right? Wasn't that what it was called? Right? God of War Ragnarok? If you just blast through, it'd be like 30, 40 hour game. Like, I definitely think I played Xenoblade Chronicles 1 longer than that. I definitely played it longer than 40 hours. Yeah, forming your own opinion is good. The problem is money. Hesitant to get a lot of games because they'll go on Game Pass or PS Plus a week after I purchase them. Purchase the game like DMC5 did for me. Which Ragnarok? God of War. The God of War Ragnarok game. Yeah, I love that game up until that one part. All right, I don't want to talk about it. Up until the one part, I was enjoying the game. The only game where I feel you had your Godfather moment was Cyber Sleuth. You stopped right behind the moment the game goes from mid to a mid. Again, my problem with Cyber Sleuth was my own fault. That was my fault. Played Frontiers, you'll love it. And well, to be fair, I was curious about Frontiers and I wasn't gonna play it, and then you donated that game. That was your fault. I blame you. Usually wait for a big sale is a game I'm really looking forward to, or I realize that the sale won't happen for a long time. Yeah, I know what part you mean. I was so silent. I don't know if you were here for that. I had to put the controller down. If you're talking about Ragnarok, I was so mad. I was furious. I've never been so emotionally upset. Like, I screamed and yelled about Ender Lilies, but there was a profound anger in God of War Ragnarok. We had backlogs and emulation. Shouldn't be allowed to buy games ever again, and you probably wouldn't have to. You mean like Logan? Listen to chat about cheesing Cyber Sleuth, and that game just got incredibly boring because you didn't level up organically. That was what was wrong. That was what was wrong with that game. Like Frontiers over Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, mostly because Sonic runs fast and doesn't feel slow like Link does. See, but that's the problem. But Kia, wait, hold on, because Tears of the Kingdom, if you felt slow as Link, why didn't you build a kooky contraption? If you felt slow as Link in Tears of the Kingdom, that's your fault for not building a rocket sled like the rest of us did. We all built rocket sleds. Where were you? I'm surprised we didn't clip that moment. I do have Ender Lilies now on Steam. I'm not sure when I will play it. Gold, Ender Lilies is a very good game, and I don't say that as me being like teasing or anything. I'm not being ironic. I mean, legitimately, it's a very good game, and at the end, I personally believed to get even the normal ending, there was a massive difficulty spike. That was what pissed me off about that game. There were a lot of little sort of aspects of it as the game got higher in level that kind of frustrated me, and it wasn't until then, because if you just play the game naturally, you get the bad ending, and then you have to go and explore, and when you explore and you fight some of the areas later, then you're like, oh, this is infuriating. Why is this so frustrating? Because I can't move shit. I wasn't there when I saw the mods. I had the same reaction. To each their own, but the leveling is exactly what allowed me to enjoy it. But I like combat. I like combat in those games, and I want the combat to feel engaging. If the combat's going to be such a big part of those games, I need it to be engaging. My vehicle choice was the rocket air balloon. I think I had a sled. I think I had a rocket sled that I would zoom around on. And then you get the thing where you can save where you can save it, so you hit the button and you just build another one. I love that. Bit of my responsibilities in life made me put games on a backlog, as I have to mostly carry my work, my family, my faith, and my personal self. So when I do have a little free time, I feel unmotivated to play. Yeah, and then flip. And then when you do have a little free time, do you want to spend it on a game that you might not like, or are you just gonna play something that you're already familiar with, that you know you're gonna have a good time with? That's sort of the trick. Yeah, that auto build thing was crazy helpful. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to get some coffee. And when I come back, we are going to jump back into, whatchamacallit, Bioshock Infinite. We'll jump into Bioshock Infinite. So we'll play a little bit more of that. We'll see how we do. I'm enjoying the game. I am enjoying the game. So hopefully this isn't a game I end up dropping. Okay, kill some racing. Yeah. I built a raft, and that was so rickety that I ended up drowning. Okay. Sorry to laugh, but that's funny. To your point, it's why I'm stuck with Nintendo. I know what I'm getting. Yeah, and that's, Nintendo. There's a reason Nintendo has such a dedicated fan base, and it's because I feel like I wonder, maybe that's a talking point for another time, but I wonder if Nintendo endures because when we think about what we want out of video games, Nintendo is the one that still delivers it. Nintendo is the one that's still in complete single-player experiences. They're the ones that have some sort of multiplayer aspect, but there's not so many of them that you feel completely overwhelmed. The games are still fun and whimsical. I think if Nintendo's missing anything, it's maybe a couple of games that feel a little more serious. But other than that, you can let third parties handle that as long as there's some good third party experiences. So maybe that's something to think about as far as Nintendo. Like, is when we think about what we want out of video games, is Nintendo the one that delivers it the most and in the most comprehensive way? But give me a few minutes and I will be right back. switching it over. No. Death Stranding. I'm reading, Ronan. I'm reading your comment about Death Stranding. Death Stranding, is it? So who believes he's artistic? So always try to make something creative because it's different. I mean, yeah, I that's a game I should probably try at some point if I get it really on sale. But like, does Death Stranding have a lot of exploration, or is it just a lot of traversal? Does it feel rewarding to explore in that game? I mean, is that game even playable now? Is that a Hulk shirt or TMNT? No, it says old school. Man. Oh, my boy. Hi. Hi. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. No. No. Give me a kiss. Mwah. Traversal, and no, it didn't feel rewarding. Ooh, it's harsh, but it's true. Meow. Give me a kiss. Mwah. I'll give you some treats. Hold on. Traversal, you don't explore at all. You go from point A to point B with only minor detours. Yeah, see, that doesn't sound fun. I don't have another one. I got to get another one. Hold on. It's like, stop moving them away from me. Don't hit me in the face. Okay, right here. No. Ten offensive gone on tantrums about how complaining suddenly not allowed anymore, so he ain't riding anything. He got them hands. Will Sage be on? It will ever be on Edge? No, because he's here, and we do SGB. We do SGB somewhere else, so he's here. So he won't ever be on SGB unless I send Elliot video to put him on SGB. Not here. He probably won't be there. All right. So let's. Oh my God! Wait. There you go. I'll give you some. I'll give you some. Every once in a while, I gotta talk so YouTube doesn't demonetize the video. We're not playing this today. Just Devil May Snore. Hey. Which sounds very lewd. The song is so good. I stopped playing Mass Effect Andromeda because I couldn't care less about anyone in my crew. Andromeda is a game that I should eventually get, and I just have no drive to get it. You know what I considered doing, Ronan? I considered getting an original version of Andromeda and then playing it on stream without updating it, to see if it would let me run a physical version of the game without updating it. And so we can play the glitchy, unfixed version of Andromeda. Assuming you even can. I find it disgusting you play DMC without playing as Virgil. Yeah, we didn't play. You don't play him as at all, right? 2K games. It's in something. It's in the games. Maybe, I don't know. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is that I have the PS4. I have the stock PS4 version of the game, so I guess it doesn't have all of that stuff. So I can't even play as Virgil, right? Yeah, I'm not even able to do that. This game uses an autosave system. All right, everybody, don't look. I'm connecting to my 2K account, which doesn't exist. Yeah, never show this again. He's DLC, but I don't like Virgil, so why would I? Yeah, but I don't like Virgil, so why would I buy him? Virgil is DLC. He got vanilla, and he got vanilla DMC5. Yeah. Maniac. Continue. Oh, for you Baldur's Gate fans, I am in the temple to where Shadowheart can possibly become a Dark Justiciar. What the hell? Yeah, no way I actually shot that. Yeah, that was definitely. Oh, sorry, Elizabeth. Moving after it. Sorry. Bioshock 1 is a great game, very different. Oh, so I just see that you said the AGM. I have played the original. I played the original back in the day. Yeah, I played the original back in the day. And then I played 2, but I just wasn't really vibing with 2. I didn't really dig it. We got about thunderstorm. It blew away our gazebo and chairs. Flip, that's funny you say that. We had some bad windstorms a couple days ago. We had like wind and rain. The day that I had to cancel. And I go outside. I come home. And my neighbor's out there. And she says, oh, by the way, there's like a canopy in your yard. I said, what? I didn't know whose it was, but one of those, you know, those like, it's the metal poles. It looks like a tent without walls. It's the metal poles, and they're usually like 10 feet high, 10 feet wide, and they're sort of like the canopies. You put it out when you're going to have a barbecue or something. There's one of those sitting in my yard, like half collapsed. It's in my yard. It blew over from the neighbor's house. So what I did was I took it apart, and then I draped it on my fence so that whoever owned it could grab it. And then I saw it set up the next day in my neighbor's yard. So I was like, okay, it was theirs. But yeah, that just happened to me. Wait, is it this one? What was the button to that ain't it. What was the button that you hold to tell me where to go? Square. Finders keepers. Up on the D-pad. Thank you. Yeah, finders keepers. The problem is it was like a big American flag one. It was all like blue stars and the red and white stripes and stuff. So I was like, okay, I can't really put this up, and I mean, I don't set those things up anyway. I just how I gonna trigger happy. Whee! Wait, oh, I was going the right way. Ah, there we go. All right, here we go.
Watch out, rockets!
Whoa! Huh? Oh, okay, that was weird. rockets to the face? I'm incredible.
I'll teach you a lesson.
I didn't learn the lesson. Don't forget you get ADS. It's a shotgun. I get ADS. It's a shotgun. I'm good. What did he call me? Hold to pick up. Alright, which... What am I doing?
I'll teach you.
Alright, well, tell me where you're going to teach me. Am I missing something here? This way?
Sample of them.
He called you a mongrel. I don't appreciate that.
Trash.
Well, he's right about that one. Are you up here? Okay.
Stop.
Whoa! Oh, I thought I knocked off. Oh, wait. I can still do it. No! I wanted to knock him off completely. Ask about modern shooters. I'll do ultra. No, AGM. Shoot 'em ups. Shoot 'em ups. Everybody. It was funny. Everybody started saying shooters like Doom and stuff. No, shoot 'em ups. Gradius games, Radiant Silvergun, Radiant Silvergun and Ikaruga, like those kind of games. Yeah, shoot 'em ups. It's tricky because back in the day we used to call them shooters. Yeah, I was thinking rail shooters. Yeah, I think when I hear rail shooters, I usually think Star Fox. I think something like Star Fox. See, Gunstar Heroes I would call a platformer. That's more like a Contra game. A run and gun. That's a run and gun shooter. What? Okay. Wait, should we be going this way? Isn't this back the way we came? Huh? Yeah, it's back the way we came. Auto blocker, Twitch added recently. So like auto mod. Oh, it popped up. We wanted to allow the messages. I denied it, but it didn't let me ban them. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, sin and punishment. That's a good one. Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of a rail shooter. Whoa! I had to make that flashy. Even joke Frontiers. I didn't even think. I didn't think the indie scene. Yeah, the indie scene is doing them. The indie scene is doing shoot 'em ups like that. Those games are great. They hold their value very, very well.
I see him.
Whoa, whoa!
You ain't
Yeah, sin and punishment is great.
You've done this before, haven't you?
I gotta go back and play through that game again. Sin and
Mr.
punishment,
The
so
name's
good.
Booker.
Yes, I am very interested. She wanted to throw me ammo during the fight, but Red Out as a rail shooter is a roguelike rail shooter. There's a roguelike rail shooter both on Steam. Oh, I had an anime question for you guys. I asked an anime question on Twitter, and I wanted to ask you guys in person. And then I had another anime question that I wanted to ask you. I didn't play Star Successor. So my first anime question, I asked this on Twitter. Are there any anime that are like 40-somethings, like 40-something-year-old people that are doing things? Everything I found, like everybody gave me some suggestions. No, Detective Conan isn't over yet. Everybody gave me some suggestions, and then like someone said Kaiju number 8, which I did watch, but he's 32. But like that's sort of the gag, is that he's 32 and everybody else is younger. Rurouni Kenshin, I think Ryan said Rurouni Kenshin, so that one I guess kind of counts. Yeah, over 40. Dragon Ball. Somebody said Dragon Ball. I see you go back to Yu Yu Hakusho. And when I say 40-year-old, what I mean is that the character is 40. That it's an older setting. That it's not a high school, for instance. You know, that it's not a high school. The reason I ask is I started watching this show. I saw a funny clip of the show, so I started watching it. It's only 5 episodes in. Makeru? It's like a rom-com. There was a specific reason that I asked the question. I've been still on my rom-com kick, and I was kind of off my rom-coms, but I did go back. I watched Horimiya, and I liked that show. I very much enjoyed that. I didn't watch the second season because I didn't like what they did with the second season. It's a bunch of things that happened in the middle, so I wasn't. I'll eventually go back to that, but I doubt it'll be anytime soon. But I'm watching this, and it's like a high school rom-com, of course. And I thought, are there rom-coms of like older people? The closest I remember was that one. There was the MMO, the Diary of an MMO Junkie.
Hatred! Watch out!
And then
I've got ammo.
I was gonna shoot him in the head. Oh, catch ammo. Catch ammo. Where are you? There was Diary of an MMO Junkie, and then there was Watakoi. I always forget the name of that show. I've talked about it a million times, and I always forget the name of it. So yeah, like there's that show, but is there anything else like that? Is there anything with characters that are adults, and it's not high school drama, and I don't feel like a creeper when there's a beach episode? Oh, it's the funny episode where they go to the beach and they're all 16-year-olds, and I'm sitting there like, oh, what? One Punch Man, technically. I'm gonna pick the switch. Automatically need to be needed to be taking care of something. Like I said, I'm unmotivated because the moment I want to play it, I gotta drop it. There's an anime coming about a guy who works at a convenience store, and he used to be ex-Yakuza. Well, there was Diary of a House Husband. I watched maybe 2 episodes of that, and that was really funny. But that's on Netflix, so I can't watch that. Yeah, I don't know. There's just nothing there that seems to. These adults are doing interesting things, and it all seems like that. So I'm watching it. I'm thinking this show is funny, but I don't know. It's high schoolers like it usually is. So where's the shows with grown-ups? Yeah, my other question was what's a recent anime? Let's say last 5 years. What's a recent anime where the animation was just, good lord, this is incredible. Demon Slayer, I think was a very gorgeous anime. I think it had gorgeous moments. Let me say that. I don't know that I would say that the entire show was amazing. I just think it had some really gorgeous moments. Right here, right? Yeah. Hello? There. Wasn't popping up before. Dragon Maid. Do you think Dragon Maid was like the animation's amazing? I thought it was good. I didn't think it was ugly. Jujutsu Kaisen has some good moments. Jujutsu Kaisen has some really great moments in season 1, and in season 2, it was still kind of good, but there was a noticeable drop in the animation, and I don't think that was just me, but yeah. Okay, let me be clear what I mean when I'm talking about visually stunning animation. I don't know if you guys saw this movie. Did you see this movie? Is it called Redline? Just amazing looking, in my opinion, as far as animation goes. I think it was called Redline. Unbelievable looking visual style on that movie. Is there anything that pushes the boundaries of animation like that movie? And if you haven't seen that movie, I would beg you to watch at least an extended scene from that movie to understand what I'm talking about.
When I was younger, I didn't just open.
Possession for Less. That was Kiss Aid. When the show has combat, Dragon Maid has stunning visuals. Pyra and Mithra amiibo came in. The Smash line of amiibo is complete. I'm free. There's a lot of manga for what you're talking about with older characters. They don't tend to get anime. See, that's the problem. Yeah, they don't tend to get anime. Alright, so that's for where's the other one? Where's the other robot?
I could go wherever I wanted, but I always wanted to come back.
To what?
I don't know. My family?
Huh.
Need
How
money?
do you do that?
Take this.
Whatever.
You know how I said I had plenty of time to read? Well, I tried to figure it out.
Not in a
I
show,
read
it doesn't.
literature on physics and
Unless
other
it's
such
Demon
things.
Slayer.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What did that teach you?
That there's a world of difference between what we see and what is.
Now I have to find the display. This is the best bird movie poster I've seen. Wait, what? So it's that way. Give me a second here. A lot of older focus stuff tends to get live Oh, it tends to get live action versions. Oh, that kind of makes sense. That's interesting. Maybe live action. Well, what do you even call live action anime? The hell's live action anime? Sweet. Oh, earlier there was a bird poster. Oh, okay. What in the world? Oh, this is definitely America. There's no way this isn't America. Woof. It is known. Last 5 years, One Piece is consistently with movie-like animation. There are movies that look worse than some One Piece episodes. King of the Hill, Spy Family. Older manga skews, the more Japan finds it easier to translate into live action. I looked at Redline, and I'm saying that you won't find a show that has that level of animation. Oh, unless it's Demon Slayer. Okay, yeah, because Demon Slayer was the only one that I thought of. Yeah, oh my God. Rona, what did you think? What do you think of... did you watch Redline? What did you think of what you just saw there? Oh, wait. No? One Piece is so long.
The gondola's coming.
He will abandon you, my sweet Elizabeth. Once he has what he needs, he will leave you alone. What else could you expect?
I like the look of it. It's about racing. It's about racing, but it's about racing the way it usually is about in those movies, where there's some sort of evil situation and the guy has to go fast to save the world or something. It's pretty good. It's a movie, so it's you know, it's a low commitment. You know, it's not watching 10 hours of a show before you realize you don't like it. Hello? I hear voices.
Rocket's over there.
Great, rocket's over there. What am I doing here?
He disappeared.
What? Oh.
That's what you wanted.
Whoa, what the heck did I just jump off of there? Oh, I died! Oh, that's my first death. That's my first death. Yeah, I couldn't tell what the hell was happening. Are they up there? Yeah. So wait, she said RPGs. She said there's rockets somewhere. Can I wonder if I can just shoot those things down. Elizabeth, find something for me to use here. You said RPGs. Can I shoot those plane things down? Yeah, I don't see a Paper Mario anywhere. Oh, that's just sniper rifle. Damn it.
Flush him out.
Ah, wait. Whoa! Can I just shoot the thing down, or? Oh, maybe I have to hit the engine thingy. Hold on. I guess I can't shoot these down. Hit the guy. Oh, I got him. What? Oh, no way. Their ships are made of Nintendium. They won't break. Ow. So I guess the idea is to just get to the ship. I'm sorry. I'm kind of lost on like what exactly I'm supposed to be doing here. I assume I'm supposed to be getting up to the ships. Maybe what I should have grabbed those sniper rifles. Yeah, I definitely need it. And I keep thinking I need money or something to make those things happen. Alright, where's that coming from? Whoa! Huh? Where? Oh, right there. That it? Yeah, go crazy with the summons here. Yeah, I don't know. I just keep thinking that I'm supposed to. I'm like, I think I'm expending a resource when I do that. All right, I'm gonna take this sniper rifle because I feel like that's gonna make things easier. You got thrown into another stream again. It's okay. You don't have to stop. You don't have to make excuses. You can just leave if you don't want to be here.
Do it.
Sure thing.
Get that balding kid. I can't help it. I mean, the idea that I need to spend a resource is hardly a Baldur's Gate problem. Need to shoot themselves in the way they chop the entire leg off. Force themselves to release super right after revival. Okay, so it says that I'm supposed to ride the gondola to the... What? Okay, wait. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, I need that. Hold on. Can I go this way? There we go. All right. Okay, I think I'm on the right thing now. I do love Mia. And then, you know what, Wakazi? There are two things in shooters like this. There are two things that feel unbelievably good. Tearing through people with a shotgun or good, clean snipes. Nothing feels better. Mowing down people with a machine gun, blowing things up with an RPG, all of that feels fine. But something about grabbing a shotgun and just blazing through a bunch of enemies, or oh wait, am I still on? Okay. Or you get your sniper rifle and you just start cleaning house. Oh my god, it feels so good. Look at the rail in front of you. What's attached at the bottom of it? Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's what I need to do. It said ride the gondola. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right, now we check if there's fall damage. It's fall damage. That's right. That's what I was doing. Do I have? Oh, that's a
little help.
Something challenging.
Story lockpick.
Done.
Okay, literally a rail shooter, probably. There's a good opportunity for a rail moment.
On the beach, you kept repeating a woman's name. Anna.
I don't want to talk.
He really is Jumpman. Falls a few feet
I'm
and feels
sorry.
pain.
I shouldn't have pried. Where are you from?
Yeah, you're right, because Jumpman,
What did you do then?
when he...
Business much like this. Something that every kid is writing on a resume.
It was a fine thing you came along when you did.
How do you think I ended up here? I gambled, and now I owe money to men you don't want to be in debt to. I come here to pay it back. Me busting you out. What do you
Did
think
you
that
not
was?
point the gun at her, though?
Who sent you?
Somebody who was willing to take my marker in exchange for you.
Mario's very inconsistent if he hurts himself while falling from heights. Well, he in Donkey Kong, if you fell from a large height, he would die. But there weren't too many spots in Donkey Kong for that to happen. But yeah, he couldn't jump infinitely in Donkey Kong. Yeah, Donkey Kong was more like if you... Like, that was the rule for Donkey Kong, but also Donkey Kong, when you jump, the only reason you would fall that high is because you fell off the board, basically. But you're too late. I give robots a bad name. No. I need the... There, that one.
Here's some cash.
Okay.
Cash.
I feel like that's part of... Like, I don't know. Something about the fact that it turns to her and she throws me stuff. I feel like that's part of the story, and I don't know why. RPG size clip. Damage boost for RPG. Damage boost. Why is that the same crap? Where's the regular vending machine where I can buy ammo? There. Good lord. Salt I should be okay on. Shotgun ammo. Oh, that's cool. Sniper rifle ammo. And machine gun ammo. Yeah. I wish I had a friend that said, here's some cash. A city Mons. Lady Comstock's tomb open for public viewing in Emporia. Columbia shall never forget your sacrifice, dear lady. Wait, did we watch this one? Why do I feel like I saw that one already? Mario's inconsistent. In Mario Land 2, he needs a spacesuit to breathe. Mario Galaxy, he breathes in space without it. Shippuden is pretty great animated moment. Yeah, you have to watch Redline to understand what I'm talking about. Like, is there anything like that? Like, holy crap. That show's incredible looking. Yeah, I guess there's not, though. Like,
So,
Demon Slayer is probably the
looks
best
like they
bet.
call you the false shepherd.
And you, the lamb.
Let's not call each other that.
Suits me.
Oh, don't forget to buy
You
war
figure
bonds.
they
Oh, I
know
have
you
to.
do.
Yeah, you're right.
Either they've got a profit on their side,
Har har.
or them that hired me also wrote the signs.
Why?
Got me.
Redline is Madhouse blowing their animation budget. It's so good, though. Hey, Fooly Cooley. Speaking of anime. Let's go for. God, I really feel like going for shields all the time is kind of like the way to go. We'll go for health.
Feel better already.
Favorite notch device, feel enemy versus me grabbing the remote and changing the chat. Oh, this is to leave the area.
You all right?
I want to see Paris. I want to see everything.
It's up to you now. There's no one.
Wait, what is that? 40
Uh-oh.
north by 74 west. That's not Paris, that's New York.
How'd you know that?
One thing I had in that tower was time, Mr. DeWitt. Time to study things like geography.
I owed money, and there's a fellow who he offered to wipe away my debt in exchange for you.
Yeah, we went over this already.
Hey, Elizabeth, it's gonna be okay. Come on, everything's gonna be okay.
She's gonna
Will you
kill
just
me or
turn
something,
around
isn't
and
she?
talk to me, and we can.
Oh my god! I was expecting. Trying to get to say the war bond thing in his narrative. Oh, the war bond. Buy war bonds today. Wasn't there a quote in Captain America about war bonds? War bonds are a way to punch that nasty old Adolf right in his face. Buy war bonds and help us knock the rest of Hitler's mustache off. I like that. Yeah, the Bioshock 1 method with a wrench. Oh, wait, who are these? What? Hold on. Ah, okay. Ow. I couldn't defend myself there.
Fresh air did the trick. This one's awake.
So you're this false shepherd we've been hearing so much about. Caused a mess of trouble at the raffle.
You Fitzroy?
Nothing but.
I got no quarrel with you or your Vox Populi. This is my airship you're hanging me out of, and I got perilous need of it.
Really? Cause it sure looked like old Comstock's airship to
Listen,
me.
I ain't looking for a fight.
There's already a fight, DeWitt. Only question is, which side you on? Comstock is the god of the white man, the rich man, the pitiless man. But if you believe in common folk, then join the Vox. If you believe in the righteous folk, then join the Vox.
My ship.
And the Vox shall give her to you. But first, you must help the Vox. Down in Finkton, there's a gunsmith who can supply weapons to our cause. Get our guns from him, and you shall have your ship back.
I feel like I'm teetering a line. I don't know. Wait, where the hell were we? Why's the audio? It sounds so weird. Like, I know it's supposed to, but it's loud. Bronco 8 adds ability to chain floating effect from one of the enemy. What? From one enemy to others. Okay, I don't think I understand
You ain't gonna see him around no more.
Oh, turn it off! Or get better speakers. Bose. Get some Bose speakers. Hello. Oh, hey, they're building those machines that I like. Ah, that's so annoying. What? Where? Working on some boxes. Working for the boxes. There we go. Hello. Whee! Crap. Pretty much every technical advancement you come across in Columbia is a Think project. A Think product. Okay.
Hey!
Get away
Just stop
from
for a
me.
minute!
Stay away!
Oh, we're against me again? Is that what happened?
I just want to talk to you!
I said stay away!
Ah!
Elizabeth!
Now we're getting, now we're
Just
Pirates
hold
of the
on for a minute.
Caribbean in.
I'm not angry with you!
I mean, I'm kind of angry with
Move!
this. Are you at the end? Oh, I don't think so. There's no way this is the end of the game.
I'm not going with you!
Don't go in there!
I have no need of one such as you!
It's her! No! Call it in! Call it in!
Oh, damn it. Yeah. I'm not angry with you, he said, running after her with a sniper rifle.
They called Slade a monster and a traitor. I know the men who died in the Hall of Heroes with Captain Slate. There is no shame to be counted in their number. The shame lies to we who assembled outside the hall. Though we were not the ones who fell, I feel only envy for those who perished under his banner.
Yes, that's Sniper rifle ammo. Bioshock Multiverse of Madness. What the hell?
Requested troops are on their way.
That's enough out of you!
Let go of me!
About to collect their
Get
trophy.
your hands off of me!
Shut!
Let me go!
Comstock wants you, and we mean to give you to him. My patience has done run out!
Damn it!
Won't you be quiet? My patience has done run out! Oh.
Where is she? Ah, damn it. No. Where? Oh, right there. Hold on. Don't kill me yet. Let my shields regenerate first. That one guy just running around in a circle. Oh wait, was that the boss guy? Wait, was he the boss or something? He used some ammo. I hate that when they have ammo, but they have like 5 bullets. Not the boss, just ugly. Yeah, we passed that guy in that prison area, and he looked like one of those guys. So all this because Booker lost a game of poker. Basically, yeah. What? Oh, up there. Jump! Volley gun ammo? Hand cannon, pistol. There's a bunch of ammo for guns that I don't have here. Yeah, there's nowhere we're near the end of the game, right? Was the hook magnetized? I think the gun is. I think the gun has like special properties that allow it that allow it to sort of take advantage of the gondola things. Yeah, about mid game. Yeah, there was no way. Yeah, we weren't that far into it. No!
I'm not going with you.
Elizabeth, wait!
Oh, the hook is magnet. Yeah, it's the gun grapple hook thingy that he's using. Jump! Jump! Whoa! Oh yeah, okay. This is the guy I thought that was. Yeah, this is the when I said that I thought that was the boss guy, I thought it was this guy. Whoa! Ah! Thank you for the blimp. He's this game's big daddy.
Hey, I'm slipping.
Do not attempt to follow me, Mr. Tree.
Elizabeth, I've made an arrangement to get our airship back.
You can get us out of here.
Yes,
I just need to supply enough weapons to arm an entire uprising.
And where will we get these weapons? From one of our many friends and allies?
A gunsmith in Finkton should be a walk in the park. What do you say, partners?
You're a liar, Mr. DeWitt. And a thug. But you're also my only means of reaching Paris.
Do it. Okay, here we go. We got our partner back.
Don't get too comfortable with my company, Mr. DeWitt. You are a means to an end.
Excuse me, sir. I think I saw the bad guys over there.
New ideas. Paid vacation. 8-hour days. Workers' compensation. Those are anarchist words, my friends. And the anarchist is the friend of hunger, the comrade of want, and the partner of disease. And I, for one, will be goddamned if I'm going to let an anarchist come between you.
We're gonna make Columbia great again. Oh no. Increase the machine gun set. Yes, that's what I want. Such subtle storytelling. Remember how Big Daddies worked? They were like the nemesises, right? Weren't they just the ones that reload increase, shotgun, damage boost for volley gun. Subtle as a jackhammer in a quiet alley. Yeah, weren't the Big Daddy was just like he was like the unkillable monster that would show up every once in a while. Sniper rifle fire rate. No, I don't need that. Shotgun reload. Oh wait. Yeah. Damage boost for that. Clip for the carbine sucks. Oh, recoil decrease for the sniper rifle. They could be killed. The Big Daddies had quite the presence. You kind of had to pump yourself up into fighting them. Plus, you got the little. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Because you did kill the Big Daddies. What am I saying? Because yeah, you would get a little sister, and then you had to decide whether or not you wanted to keep her alive or kill her. Yeah, you had to decide every time you got one of them if you wanted to keep them alive or kill them. And then there was what I would say is a very obvious way to get a really good ending or a really bad ending. I ended up, you know what's crazy? I think I'm pretty sure I got the good ending in that game. I'm pretty sure I rescued all of them and I didn't kill them.
She's either a great hero or the worst of scoundrels, depending on who's doing the telling.
She's good for an airship. I don't care if she's the Queen of Holland.
Welcome to Fink Industries Recruitment.
Hello?
You hear that? No help.
How are we going to get into Finkton?
Illegally. Let's look for another way in.
Fink Industries is not recruiting at this time. Please come again.
I got the good ending. I got the bad ending. I've gotten both. I only got the one. I only got the good ending.
Can you get this open?
You want to make sure I see the baby eating.
Over there, a service elevator.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. I think when I saw what you had to do to do the other, I didn't know which one was going to be the good and which one was going to be the bad ending. I just kind of assumed, you know, doing that can't possibly be the good ending. But when I looked at that, I was like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Vengeance is mine.
Aim for his what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did that guy literally? Oh my God, he's right in my face. What gear? On his back? Oh, on his back. I got it. Whoa, whoa! Get in there, Booker. Yes, just melee it. Yes. Just melee them all. He turned around. He turned around to run away from me. Oh, I love it. He knew. He knew what was happening. Burst gun ammo? Melee's mid ultimate them all. I don't have an ult. My ult's not ready.
Ammunition, weaponsmithing, all kinds.
That's America's ass. Okay, you could have just blocked. You could have just looked at it. So this way. Let's see if there's something over here. Oh, what's that?
Seems right up your alley.
On it. There you go.
Explain why it's so easy to. Wait. Explains why it's so easy to kick. No, that's because it's because our healthcare is.
Here's some
not
cash. Cash. The gunsmith Chen Lin, wanted for known connections to the outlaw Daisy Fitzroy.
Is that another shotgun? Oh man. I'm gonna go risky here. I'm gonna bring the shotgun. I wish the shotgun had more ammo. Because of healthcare. Yeah, it's not that our asses are easy to kick. It's just we can't repair any of the damage because it costs too much. I hate that the carbine has a bunch of upgrades, but it sucks. On a table? Wait, what? What, like a permanent upgrade? Well, there was that, but the salt's full. Especially with the Wii U, you hit them. That way you hit them with the ambulance. Grab it. Grab what? What are you saying? Grab what? That power? That's my healthcare. This right here? Hold to pick up machine gun. That's not a new. It's not doing anything. That's the shock power. Yeah, look at the symbol on top. That's the shock power. Yeah. Yeah, the shock power is a story power. You have to get that one. Yeah, I saw that too, but yeah, if you already have it, it's just just get a health upgrade, or you get more salt. Where am I going? I'm going here. Oh, they tend to not show you the whole bottle unless that's new. Yeah, there were a couple spots where they showed me a whole bottle. I wonder why they would do that.
He must have worked here. This is my mother's diary. Why would Slate have it? My husband claims the child was created from whole cloth by divine will. I am a believer, but I am not a fool. His bastard shall not be raised under this roof. My mother. She had me locked in that tower.
Elizabeth.
I just want to get out of this city. Please.
You just shock once and then grab it. No stone unturned. I love that in video games they don't just push buttons.
Greetings. My name is Jeremiah
That's it.
Fink.
That's all it
and
is.
I want to share
Right.
with you
Push
my
button.
personal creed.
Why?
What is the most admirable creature on God's green earth? It's the bee. Have you ever seen a bee on vacation? Have you ever seen a bee take a sick day? Well, my friends, the answer is no. So I say,
My favorite. Oh, I didn't change the
Bee
stream title.
The bee. Bee the bee.
You ever seen that? You ever seen that that video where the guy's like, "Hello, my name is Michael with a B, and I've been afraid of insects my whole life." And the guy, so the person's like, "Wait, where?" Says what? Where's the bee? There's a bee?
Hello?
Mr. DeWitt?
Yes.
Hold for Mr. Fink, please.
And hi, Spider.
What's going on?
DeWitt, Fink here. Listen, my boy, we've had our eye on you, and I can tell you right now that you are our top candidate. Top! Now, my associate, Mr. Flambeau, will help you with anything you need.
Flambeau, that's a made-up
What the
name.
hell was that?
I have no idea.
He seems oddly pleased to make your acquaintance.
They nerfed the electric power in this game. In 1 and 2, you can just shock and melee and wipe enemies out within seconds. They nerfed it here. They made it a story thing here. That's the thing.
Well,
They made it so that you need it to get past the story element of the game. So I guess they couldn't make it too crazy powerful. Unless you upgrade it later, and maybe you upgrade it and it does like, oh, you'll also zap the 2 people next to you them or something. So, tell me about yourself. Do you use warps here often?
Now, some say to me, Fink, why is it that we get paid in tokens that are only good at the company store?
They get
Well,
paid in
I'll
bison
tell
bucks.
you what, I'll be damned if I let any of you poor folk get
Oh,
robbed
in
at some
1 it's your first
shady
power.
establishment. You see, the Fink Company store brings you Fink products at a price designed specifically for the Fink worker.
Well, no, Marcos. But like, in 1, it's your first power up. So like this game here, when I got the Devil's Kiss and the possession and stuff, I don't think I needed that in order to clear any obstacles. They just kind of gave it to me, and then that was my new ability. But I don't remember needing it anywhere. The shock power was the first one that I remember. I got to an obstacle and it said you need the shock jockey in order to get it, and then I had to go and find it. The other ones I just kind of got.
Mr. DeWitt.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
You'll find a variety of supplies here that should see you through your visit.
Hold to pick up the hand cannon. I don't think I want that thing now.
What does Mr. Fink want with us?
Excuse me, miss, but Mr. Fink's interest is strictly in the gentleman.
But why?
So sorry, young miss, but any questions regarding the gentleman's application should be taken up with Mr. Fink directly.
I don't like your tone, buddy.
Does this strike you as good news?
No, definitely doesn't.
Me as good news.
Yeah, the other ones I think they just gave it to you. They gave it to you, but it wasn't like we have an obstacle. You need to find the Devil's Kiss or whatever. And you know what? Hold on. Let me pick up the hand cannon. Can I go back through? Let me try something out here. Let me actually try it. Oh, wait, what? They didn't like me using the shotgun. Or the gun. Whoa! I actually didn't mean for them to go all haywire on me. Why'd they get so mad? Why do they get so mad and start shooting at me?
Weaponsmithing, all kinds of deadliness.
Oh my, I'm almost dead. You know, it'd be nice if I got a heal for one of my special magical powers. Yeah, why did they get all mad at me? Because I fired a gun? This is America. I mean, well, I guess that's true. I would have fired a gun and they would have got all excited and fired their guns. So, okay, that kind of makes sense. Never mind. Actually, thematically, that does work. There goes that bad radio again.
Here it is. Genuine gunsmith.
This is America in the sky. See?
pressing need to speak to this so-called false shepherd, stirring up so much trouble.
McClunky.
We got enough problems without this damn fool shooting up the city and blaming it all on the Fox. Though if he's amiable, yeah, he might be just the fellow we need for our immediate concerns.
Shooting up the city and blaming it on the Vox. Is she talking about me? She might be talking about me. I feel like these areas are small. That warning to leave the area always feels like an end of stage kind of thing. And I think I've left 5 areas today. I've been here forever, so I don't remember who shot first. I gotta sit down and actually watch Star Wars. Well, you know, it really depends on who you ask. Han shot. That's because it is an end of stage. So I've been through like 5 stages already, but they're very short.
Buddha, the founder of Buddhism, spent 49 days under a Bodhi tree until he achieved enlightenment.
Somebody tells me Comstock doesn't cater to idols getting worshipped.
Oh, and Kia, remember, in a Star Wars conversation, the answer to who shot first is always and will always be Han shot. Period. First implies that Guido shot it all. Or Greedo. Guido. You said Guido, and that made me think of that. Yeah.
Is anybody here?
Greedo never fired. Han shot, and that was it.
There's someone.
Is there? And send it to heaven so it can be like it be as terrible as they please, like the good old days. Whee! The hell? Guido.
Excuse me. Now I'm sorry to bother you. We're looking for Mr. Lin. Mr. Chen Lin.
Booker.
Mr. Lin, not here. He gone.
Gone?
They take flying squad.
Oh no.
I pray, Gautama Buddha. Pray, give husband back. Give back to Meilun.
Where did they take him?
Club. Everyone take to good time club.
Where is this club? Ma'am, please, where is this club?
Booker, we'll find it.
All right, can you hold it together for 3 more seconds?
Vox Populi help Chen Lin? Why not Daisy Fitzroy help Chen Lin?
Oh, maybe fake America is what you're looking for.
Probably got their boot on Lin's throat, asking him how well he knows Daisy Fitzroy.
Isn't she the one we're working for?
As a matter of fact, it is. Let's figure out where this good time club is.
I like this lighting. Okay, hold on a second here. See, this is the kind of problem that I have. This is the kind of problem that I have. Look at what's happening here. I don't know if this is a game problem or if this is some sort of clue to an issue about my character. Why do I not have a shadow here? He's a vampire. No, that means he has no reflection in the mirror. That's not his shadow. Yeah, this is where I get annoyed because then I get to the end of the game and there's this big reveal and then people say, yeah, remember when he didn't have a shadow? It's like, yeah, because the game's programmed, nobody programmed it to do that. So now I don't know. That sounds ridiculous. That's such a nitpicky thing. No, it's not that I have a problem with it. If that's just the way it is, so be it. I don't like when I get to the end of the game and then it becomes, oh yeah, there were clues. But I don't know if this is a clue for some bigger thing. Like, is this a clue for a bigger thing? Is he not real? Am I playing the imagined rescuer right? Am I a one of those, what are the things that she makes, the sort of holograms or whatever? Is that what I am? Am I some creation that she made? I'm playing as Casper, see? Okay. I mean, you could have grabbed it. You were right there. You saw it before I did. Yeah, and Lanek, I love stuff like that. Yeah, I remember hearing that. I remember hearing that about the mirrors. This isn't a clue. You're overthinking.
Handyman, kill it!
Whoa! Oh my god! Oh! Great. Oof. If you're not real, you're doing a hell of a lot of damage for a figment. Unless I am a figment of her imagination, but she's actually the one doing it, a la Fight Club. What if she's the one actually doing all of this, but she has created some alter ego, and I am the manifestation of that. So I am playing from the perspective of her imagination because she manifested a hero to save her. But in actuality, she's saving herself. Gear, special clothing. Oh, wait, what? Why are they telling me what clothes are? Why is it telling me what gear is right now? She creates portals. She can't create people. I don't know. I mean, Ronan, we can believe she creates portals, but people's where we cross the line. And again, that's the thing. He wouldn't be a real person. He would be, like in Fight Club. Remember, we had the two people in Fight Club. We had Tyler Durden or whatever his name is, and then we had the guy. We had whatever his name was, the actor. We had him. But in actuality, people weren't seeing two people. He was seeing himself and Tyler. Everybody else was seeing one person. But his mind created Tyler. So what if what all of these people are seeing is just her? They're seeing her running around with a shotgun and a sniper rifle and a grappling hook gun thingy, but she is seeing another person because she needs somebody. She needs it to be somebody else. In her mind, she needs it to be somebody else. She acts like a Disney princess, so maybe you are. Yeah, like her rage manifested. Yeah, why are we even talking about Fight Club? It'd be kind of cool. It'd be interesting. It'd be why he wouldn't cast a shadow, because he's not even there. I'm telling you. That's my working theory. He's not a real person.
Just need to head inside and find Mr. Lin.
See, look at all of these leave areas. There's no way these are individual stages. Hello. Oh, the Good Time Club.
Ah, do it, my boy. You know, the best kind of interview is one where the applicant doesn't know he's being evaluated. But I've watched you since the other day at the lottery. You're a brute. And in time like this,
sorry.
I could use a brute.
What do you want, Fink?
Labor unrest is coming to it. Now, Fitzroy has got the jungle all riled up. A man like me could have use of an old Pinkerton like you.
Crime comes to Shantytown. Oh boy. Finkton worker housing has been plagued by panhandling, vagrancy, destruction of Fink MFG property, and worse. Oh boy. Fink blames his head of security. The boss has no patience for failure. Use more ammo.
Let's find Shenlin and get the hell out of here.
Now, all I ask is that you finish what you started to it. Wouldn't want to disappoint the other applicants. Our first candidate is a veteran of Peking.
Do it! Okay.
What's that they say about old soldiers?
Die hard.
Frankly, my money's on you. He's something of an old hand at handling explosives. Only man I know who hasn't lost a limb working with them. Yet.
I'm out!
Whoa!
Got ammo! Catch, Booker!
Okay.
Yes! Quite the
What?
That's all I have right now.
Whoa! Come back. Who's shooting at me? Right there. Ow. Sorry, I thought you were Elizabeth.
This young go-getter is a former devotee of Lady Constance.
Radio voice remind me of the Radio Demon and how I haven't watched that.
They don't know quite what to do with themselves. For a song.
I haven't watched Has-Been Hotel yet. Sorry. I was really, if volley gun, I was really expecting to be a grenade launcher. It kind of is, but kind of isn't. Twitter doesn't, so I'm afraid to talk about it. Yeah, what a boring sounding weapon. Hello? I don't like this weapon.
Now, enough of the opening acts. Your true rival is an expert with the automata. Wants to replace all our security with machines. I'll give the old boy credit, though. It would be fewer mouths to feed.
Okay. Whoa! Oh, I can fire these pretty fast. Okay. I don't like this weapon, but it's kind of a good weapon.
I like the cut of your jib.
Catch!
Thanks!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where? Where from? What? Oh.
We're getting excellent results.
Good Lord.
Congratulations, DeWitt! You know, when your name was first passed to me, I wasn't quite sure you were the man for the job. But now, I can say with certainty that I was quite wrong.
I'm not interested in your job, Fink.
Now, I know all about your little job for Fitzroy.
Elf.
But do you really want to take her offer over mine? Do you know how many people would kill to be head of Fink's security?
I need help.
You're a tough nut to crack, Mr. DeWitt. A tough nut. But I promise you
He
this.
found some money.
I
Here you
will
go.
Sure.
get what I want.
I just feel like every time I take something from her, it's like a there's something wrong.
Booker, there's a door over here.
You think? Oh.
I had thought you a fool, dear brother, when you told me that you heard wonderful music trumpeting from holes in the thin air. I began to doubt your mental integrity. But not only have you made your fortune from these doodads, you have lit the path for me as well.
Found something, Sue.
Search cabinet. Okay. Ooh, cotton candy. The health pickups are just hilarious to me. Hand cannon. Huh.
Look, Chen Lin, cell number 9.
I can't see the top one. We're seer. What? I can't see the top one. The second one looks like war boobs. Yeah, I can't see the top one. I don't know. I was talking about things because a-holes way back when I was allowed to like Superman because Batman and DBZ were so meh. Yeah, I did. That Has Been Hotel. I didn't watch the. What was the other one? It was Has Been Hotel and there was something else. I think I watched the other thing. And not Digital Circus. Did they ever make more of that? Of that amazing Digital Circus show? Hell of a Boss. Yeah, Hell of a Boss is the one that I didn't catch up on either. I didn't watch. I think I watched the first season.
Demonstrate the folly of men striking, throwing down tools.
You hurt people.
I'll tell you this. Sometimes there's precious need for folks like Fitzroy.
Why?
Because of folks like me.
All yours.
There was a second episode of the Digital Circus show. Oh my God! Has that been happening this whole time? Did I get with that? Have I been giving people the Raiden treatment the whole time, or Raiden? Oh wait, code book. Oh, that was for
what it deciphers.
Yeah.
No. Let's keep an eye out.
And not everybody though, because that guy didn't. He was all zappy, but he didn't turn into a pile of dust. I'm gonna keep the machine gun.
Tell us what you know about Fitzroy, you goddamn gook.
Okay, come on, guys.
Say something? Or you want us to bring in...
Yeah, no, let's just get out of here.
We got 3 more to bring in tonight.
Animals.
The black more than the white.
Okay, let's shut it off.
To forbid the mixing of the races.
Shut it off.
To give the vote to the white man and deny it to the yellow.
Yeah, okay. Can we, let's not. All right? Maybe?
from
Do we
a
just?
perfect garden? Or drown your
Are these
flock
all?
under an ocean of water?
Yeah, let's just go ahead.
This.
Fink don't need much of a reason.
No.
Oh, brother.
Schoolhouse of the Lord.
That way, so this way.
Can you open this, Elizabeth?
Let me have a look. This is it, isn't it?
Yep. Number 9.
Ready.
Okay.
Do it? You're a lion. But you can't blame me.
Oh,
for
I thought
after my own
I thought he was
interest
accusing
in
me of not telling the
Now I
truth.
know Fitzroy has come calling, but I think you'll find your business with her has
Like,
come
damn
to
it!
an end.
You're not telling the truth. You're a lion.
Walk with lions, DeWitt, not hyenas.
But hyenas do have a better sense of humor. Is there a flashlight or something that I'm not aware of? Oh God, no! Don't play the audio clip again. Come on.
Is that not cruel?
Is there like a flashlight or something?
To forbid the mixing of the races.
Come
Is
on.
that not cruel? To give the vote to the white man and
I-
deny it to the yellow, the black, the red.
Where do I
Is that
go?
not
I keep going backwards.
But is it not
Oh,
cruel
that?
to banish your
Is that right?
children from a perfect garden?
Okay, all right. Oh no!
Flock under an ocean of water.
That must be the guy.
Can be instructive.
We're too late. God damn it.
This is what he meant.
Now we need to find someone else to make those guns.
He's gonna move.
No.
Dead is
gonna
dead,
move.
Elizabeth.
Dead. Is
Whoa!
Dead.
Where the hell did...
I see heads.
And I see tails.
It's all a matter of perspective.
Why are you following us? Who sent you? Comstock? What do you want?
What do you see here, from this angle?
Dead.
Listen.
And that angle?
Alive.
Booker.
This is becoming rather...
The body's gone.
It was never here.
It's another Columbia.
A different Columbia.
The same coin.
A different perspective.
Heads.
Tails.
Dead.
Alive.
To this
Huh.
other Columbia.
Ah, here we go. We really are multiverse of madness.
One never really forgets.
One just needs the courage to climb aboard.
Okay.
If we go into this tear, I don't think I'll be able to bring us back. Are you sure you're ready?
Open the tear. Hey, they're gone. What the hell?
Okay, open it.
Look. There's no blood.
And no body.
It's another world, Booker. Another Columbia.
Something tells me one dead gunsmith ain't the only thing that's changed.
Return to the gunsmith shop. Okay. So this is another version of Columbia. Yeah, here comes the multiverse stuff. Interesting. A lot of prisoners here.
Fitzroy. What? Sculpin. I'm loose. They're bringing his tools to the lockup. That'll keep him clean, I guess. Why? What are you? The Columbia Gazette? The chick's wife got friends in high places. Come on.
I don't understand how Chen Lin is alive now.
We're in a world where he's... where we'll find out lies.
I don't suspect you.
Yeah,
can
but
show
I'm
me
not
something
seeing any of
like
that
and everything
Comstock
else
stuff.
remain the same.
So who's the guy here?
I'm disgusted. Disgusting. Sick.
Look at their noses. They're all bleeding.
What's wrong with them?
being dead.
What is going on here, Sandmark? My head
I
of
like this guy.
security. I suspect you're what going down.
You don't look so good.
Your men and what they were doing.
No.
Perfect timing.
Whoa! Damn it!
Well, we'll see.
All right. There we go. Right here. You know, a mini map tells me where everybody is. What? No.
In the other world, he was the one strung up on the wall.
Remember to use your vigors.
This whole business makes my
I don't need
head
them.
hurt.
Damage boost. Anything for the cool gun that I have now? No.
Catch!
Leave the good time club. All right. Let's see what happens when we get out here. Is this a fight or? Okay. Why don't we wrap it up there? I think we'll wrap it up there. Just so I don't get wrapped up into too much more. Ugh. Ugh. She said catch. She said catch, but it wasn't a 22. Maybe she gave me $22 and I didn't know. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I'll wrap up a little early today. Oh, no, not that one. Wait. Okay. Now the plot's gonna go many places. Oh, man, I didn't know it was gonna get that crazy. Go there. Hang on 1 second. Okay. All right. Yeah, that'll do it for today. I think we'll wrap up a little bit early. Give me a chance to. I'll get another cup of coffee, and I got to move the system over so I can play some more. But yeah. Thanks everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll be back. I don't know what time we'll start tomorrow. Maybe it'll be like 3 o'clock. Most likely we'll come back. We'll just play this again. We'll come back to this, and I'll try and jump in a little bit quicker. We did a lot of talking today, so. I haven't really played this game since I played it, and seeing this made me go, oh, right. Oh, Dragoon, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop playing the game. But let me ask you this. Is this, whatever's about to happen, is this the kind of part that makes you say, man, I feel like playing Bioshock Infinite again, but then I have to play through that part, and I don't feel like doing that. Is that where we are? Is that where we are with this? Forgot to ask. Sage is good. He was on stream earlier. I fed him. I gave him some treats earlier. He's all right. You know, he's running around, and we haven't really had as much heat as we had at the first part of the summer. So now every once in a while he sits with me on the couch. When it's winter, he's with me all the time. But in the summertime, he's like sprawled out on the floor. So he's been kind of cuddling with me a little bit more. I always worry in the summer because I think that he's, you know, trying to stay away from me. And there's a very common cliche that you hear about cats when they try to stay away from everybody. So that always makes me kind of sad. But it happens in the summer, and then I always get nervous. And then the fall comes around, and he's right there with me. So yeah, he's fine. He's good. More like the theme of it is rather deep. Okay. I was watching a Mario Kart video, and I can't help but feel you had an advantage of being trained by chat every few Saturdays. I thought that too, Lilac. I thought about, oh yeah, well we play it. I think John does it too, though. John, I think, plays Mario Kart with his channel a little bit. And I don't know how much the rest of them played it, so I don't know how much. But I'll be honest. To be honest, like it wasn't really. That's the beauty of Mario Kart. That even though I'm more familiar with the game, I think, than them, the reality is Mario Kart balances itself out, and you know what I mean. So it's not. No, we have a lot of fun though. We have a lot of fun. Yeah, he does, but it's but not as common. His go-to, his go-to is use your words. So yeah, I definitely played it more than them, but trust me, that didn't translate to wins. It's still Mario Kart. It's definitely still Mario Kart, and it's not like I'm dominating when we play here on Community Day anyway, right? It's not like I'm destroying everybody on Community Day, so I'm gonna bring that over to SGB. Trust me, it does not translate to wins for those playthroughs. This plot mechanic is how the game creates the ending that, in my opinion, ruined the game for me. Ooh, interesting. The Crucible of Community Day has trained Greg well. Yeah, nowhere near as frequently as you do. Yeah, we had just played it too. Didn't we have just played Mario Kart for Community Day like a week or two before? If it wasn't the week of. It wasn't like we played it on Saturday. No, wait. I think we did play it on Saturday and then we recorded it Sunday, but we played the battle stuff. I think the last time we played Mario Kart, we did the battle stuff. I love this game so then you say, wow, that's awful, seriously bad. So yeah, so it is kind of that thing. It is kind of that thing where you might want to replay the game, but then when you get to the end, you don't like it. I'm interested, Dragoon, because I really liked the end of Mass Effect 3. I really liked the unification ending or whatever the hell it's called, and I heard a lot of people complain about that. I heard that people said that they didn't like that ending, and I liked it. I thought that it was really good. Question: how come you're not drifting around corners all the time? Oh, on the video, Ronan, do you not know why? Do you not know why I wasn't drifting around corners in the SGB video? Did you notice that I don't have my Scooty Puff? I don't have the same car that I always have, and I don't think I ever get it. I think in the entirety of those videos, I don't ever get the Scooty Puff. So I'm like learning new vehicles the entire time. I'm using a Scooty Puff all the time. I love the synthesis ending. I thought that it made it a lot. You know what? You know why I liked it, Wakazi? You kind of forced the whole galaxy to be one. The reason I liked it, Wakazi, is because it forcing the whole galaxy into one thing. It probably would have helped to stop the Reaper invasion, like permanently, because the Reaper invasion is that thing that happens every 50,000 years. But I like the idea that it gave humans the ability to travel beyond the galaxy, right? To take the mass accelerators or whatever the hell they were called, and because it wasn't that part of the thing in Mass Effect is that they've never taken those accelerators out of the galaxy or something, right? Because they're not capable of it. I just remember thinking that this is actually pretty cool because this could kind of set up more stuff. You know, if you gave humanity the physical ability to withstand something stronger and something greater, you'd be able to get them out there. It would make sense. It would make sense to say like, oh, humans never went out that far because they can't. They would die if they tried. And now they can't. Now they won't die if they tried. So then you could have that as the excuse for, oh yeah, we're going to go out further. It didn't stop the Reapers. Like Edie and Geth get to live, which is something I admittedly liked from that ending. The Mass Effect ending is way better than this game's. At least it fits the game. Andromeda shows they can leave the universe. Andromeda was set after ME1, but then they cryo sleep and leave the Milky Way before ME2. But time travel they way. So yeah. So okay. So bear in mind, I'm talking about this. I played Mass Effect 3 before Andromeda came out. So I liked the synthesis ending. Yes, that's what it's called. I like that as a concept because at the time it gave you the ability to do that, and it gave us the ability to say, oh yeah, this with the synthesis ending, humans can now travel beyond the galaxy. But then if they kind of undo that in the first one, in Andromeda, I mean, it's kind of like, well, that sort of sucks. That kind of kills that. Yeah, you kind of kill the concept of the diversity theme of Mass Effect. No, I think they're still diverse. I think they would still be diverse. I think the Krogan are still the Krogan and the Geth are still the Geth. I think that they're all separate. It's just but now they have a commonality. that brings them all together. So now there is this idea that, you know, the Geth are the Geth, and the Krogan are the Krogan, and you know, all of these races are still their separate selves, but there is also something that ties them together. So maybe that's how the galaxy, maybe that's how they achieve peace. Maybe that's how there's peace between the races. Maybe the idea is that you should probably bring synthesis to some of the other races. And right, the what were those bugs? The bugs that you save the queen and you eject her out into space, but you don't know if it's going to be a problem. Like, I don't know. I like that. I like the idea. I think a big issue with ME3's ending. Originally, most of your choices didn't matter what ending you got. They later fixed that, but it was a bit too late. I like the rejection ending, which Ronan got by accident because he was an a-hole. Yeah, no, I like that. No, see, I don't like the Borg, right? The Borg, because the Borg alter everybody. And I don't think that the synthesis ending, it didn't change them physically. It didn't make everybody look the same. It just made it so that everybody had this sort of connection to each other, or like I said, a common feature, because it doesn't connect them like the Borg, right? The synthesis ending in 3 doesn't connect their minds so that the galaxy is one big hive mind. It doesn't do that, right? It just sort of merges them. The synthesis did change them, but it didn't change them all. Like, they didn't all look like green people. Right? They were all still different looking. Yeah, I don't know. I need to go back and play it. I need to go back and finish it. I always argue people that say the ending at ME3 means my choice meant nothing, because the entire game is the ending. Every side quest is an ending to your choices. It's all finale with the cap at the end of the main. Yeah, I don't really get that. Like, the idea that, like, my choices didn't make sense, because it's. I think that people don't like the idea that they were working towards the red ending or the blue ending, and then ultimately you try and get the green ending. But you don't have to try and get the green ending. You don't have to stop there. And there's nothing after Andromeda. There's nothing after 3, right? So we don't know which ending is going to be canon for the Mass Effect universe. And that's why many don't like that ending either. That's the general fear for the synthesis ending, where they could end up a potential hive mind. Yeah, I didn't feel like they were implying that it was going to be a hive mind. I just felt like it was the implication was going to be that there was this sort of change that altered their physiology, but everybody had that alteration the same way. So their original physiology was still there, but then now they had this new synthesis. But the synthesis was going to allow them to do other things, like midichlorians. Right? The synthesis ending kind of reminded me of midichlorians, where all the races are still races. They're still individually who they are as cultures, but some of them will contain this extra thing. And that extra thing is what ties them together. Although the synthesis ending means everybody has it, which is also true for the Force. I think people realize how much an undertaking it would have been to make an ending change and adjust to every choice we would have made. Lilac, isn't that called Baldur's Gate 3? which yes, is a massive undertaking. Which is a fear I tend to understand. Not promoting hate and fear, mind you. It was more than at launch. I think you could either pick ending. You could pick either ending regardless. So your choices didn't matter. They later fixed it so the choice is locked in your ending. Yeah, I don't know, because when I played the game, I played it on Wii U, so I definitely played it later. When I played it on the Wii U, you were locked into the ending that you got to. Actually, no, I think you could pick. I think you could pick whether you wanted the good ending or the bad ending. And then the way to get the synthesis ending was you had to build your military power up. I think you had to build your military power up past 5100 or something. I don't know why I remember that. And then they gave you the third choice. But I think when you got to the end, you could pick which way you wanted to go. I thought we agreed not to make comparisons to be. I agree to nothing. What about all the harvested species that you fought like the Husk? Would they wake up in horror when they look in the mirror after the synthesis ending? I don't know. I guess maybe it would have to do with how much consciousness they have. Because with the Husks, do the Husks count as a culture at that point? You know, are they even living beings? If you shut off the bionic parts of them, are they even alive anymore? Probably not. Like Borg. Borg are a bit different because Borg technically were, but actually no, because yeah, Borg, if you shut off all of the cybernetics on the Borg, they die. They weren't really the original species anymore. They were basically just dead. That's why they were husks. They were dead. So if you shut off all of that stuff, they just kind of die, right? Or maybe they do become their own culture. Wakazi, maybe in Mass Effect 4, the husks awaken as their own culture. So then they are a new race. Ooh. So the husks become a new race that you play as. Oh, hold on. Wait. So he felt it was frustrating at launch ME3 that a game about making moral choices that you go, JK just wanted to be good or evil. The Dragoon, the reason I don't mind is because I also don't want to play through the whole game again as a bad guy, so I get to see both endings. And I like that you could go back and build your military power up and get the synthesis ending. You don't have to play through the whole game again. As long as they can still be blasted, I am indifferent. Hey, you got to kill a lot of the other races, right? I shot enough Krogan to know that if a Krogan shoots at me, I get to shoot at them first. I played the Wii U port, which fixed the choice issues because it was a later version. Yeah, what if that's what happens? Is that the husks wake up and they now retain a new consciousness, and they become a new separate race because there's so many of them. Oh, that was more of a case of crunch and pushed out before it was finished. They even admitted as much, which is also why the ending DLC was free. I don't know. I'm kind of into that. That immediately sounded like a good idea. See, you got to make the synthesis ending canon. It's got to be the true ending of that game. I killed so many innocent people when I played Mass Effect. I probably killed some innocent people, but not too many of them. I did punch a reporter that I very much enjoyed. that you could put me on a Mr. Rogers run where I don't make any bad choices at all, no matter what the consequences are, and I will still punch that reporter. EA wanted to hit the release window, so some stuff was dropped and added in later. Yeah, which is, Lilac. Not a practice we're not used to now, huh? Kind of used to that one. Synthesis essentially gives a method to ascend organic life forms by merging them with synthetic life forms. So the husks becoming a race would actually make perfect sense. And then, Wakazi. And then here's your big choice. Here's your big choice at the end of the game. Hold on. Wakazi, here's your big choice at the end of the game. The husks can combine with Reaper technology. So you need to decide if you want to let them and see what they become, or if you need to kill them all in one fell swoop and create a genocide, because if they achieve Reaper technology, they might become something that you can't stop. So then that's your big... You could actually make that the game. The game is about the husks becoming a conscious race, and you have to decide where that race goes and how they're going to help you. And then at the end of the game, you have to make a decision about whether or not you execute them all. If you can connect all of their minds, can you execute them all in one fell swoop? Or if you allow them to attain Reaper technology and you see what they become. Oh yeah, they did that with the ME2 with the heretics on the Geth ship. Yeah, they kind of did that already. Yeah, so I don't know. I like this idea, man. I like this idea. All right, but that is going to do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. Very, very much appreciated. It was also partly BioWare's fault, because they hyped up the importance of choices, which, I mean, they were important before, but it kind of highlights the problem is that you have choice, but then you feel like you have to play the game all over again. I wouldn't want that. Sounds too much like, yeah, it's the Geth, but more human. So yeah. Okay, so we won't do that. We will. I'll tell the dev team not to do that one. So. But thank you everybody for stopping in. I very much appreciate everybody hanging out, watching, play some more Bioshock Infinite. I do like this game. Oh yeah, we're still in just chatting, aren't we? tomorrow, like I said, probably start at about 3 o'clock. We'll see what happens. So I'll try to let everybody know on Twitter. And Saturday, just saying really early, Saturday most likely should be Community Day again. I don't know what it's going to be. It'll probably be Smash or something. We'll see what happens there. For right now, though, I'm going to send you over to Miss Fushi. Miss Fushi is... Hang on a second here. Miss Fushi is playing Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. But thank you once again, everybody, for stopping in, for hanging out. Excuse me. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all tomorrow.